We are orcs. We eat with spoons and forks. We love to eat our pork. Sorry. I'll explain that little reference in a minute. Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. And today we are definitely going for the full 4-hour special. I'm feeling pretty back, all things considered. Hopefully we're all doing well in both body and mind on this fine Friday. Thank God it's Friday, right? Or, insert whatever other, deity of choice in this. I don't discriminate. Greetings, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for clocking in with the sword for yet another day. Really do appreciate that. Even 1 second of coin is... I highly doubt 1 second of me is fantastic, but I appreciate the flattery, good sir. Before we truly begin, why don't we go ahead and do the honors of appreciating all of our lovely audience members who have given financial contributions in the past month cycle. Let's see. Let's just go ahead and do this. While we don't have any subscribers or patrons, I would like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued Valkyrie tier subscription over at Coffee. That really means the world. And of course, I don't have any one-off contributors either. But if you do want to find yourselves on the name of one of these placards, all you gotta do is $1 through Patreon or Coffee, or any one-time donation amount that's really, I would say, at least $2 or higher through Coffee or some other donation medium like Stream Elements. That'll get your name on those placards. I do this at the start of every stream to appreciate the people that truly do go the extra mile that they choose with their financial generosity. Outside of that, why don't we play the camera adjustment mini game? I'm already kind of doing it. Let's see, it's here. Yeah, good. My hotkeys are working today. Was really concerned that the hotkeys weren't gonna work. Apparently just restarting Firebot fixes everything. Last time on Tears of the Kingdom, we horsed around for, I'm joking. We actually finished off all of the Korok seeds from the episode before. We did a couple of quests with the 2 stables. We also grabbed all of the remaining caves, as well as any wells, and all the bubble frogs therein. And now we are traversing the underground here in Akala. Once we're done with that, we'll be heading straight to the Pikida Skyview Tower. I hope everybody enjoys the thumbnail, both if you saw it from Twitter, Blue Sky, and on the members section of the Discord server. One of the perks that I try to give my folks that are financially generous through a subscription or what have you, is advance notice of the thumbnails I make. You guys usually get at least 24 hours to look at them before the rest of the general public gets to see it when the stream airs. And then after that, I release them to the public on the Discord server. It's got my hallmarks icons on it and everything, so people couldn't steal it if they wanted to. Promise. And thank you for the assist on the shout out there, Mr. Jason. Cup of coffee number 2. Spaced out about 8 hours. To warm us up and get us started, how do you guys like your coffee? Or tea, if anything? I know some people also like kombucha or other stuff. Twitch is still being annoying with the buffering. Yeah, that's going to happen a lot today, I fear. And I don't suspect Twitch is going to do anything anytime soon to resolve this, because, quite frankly, things could be getting worse for the platform. It kind of depends on what comes out of the Capitol Hill hearing with Mr. Clancy. For those who don't know, I know current events right off the rip. Come on, man. I don't like all this stress. Well, you can, as the YouTube content creator named Chew on Head likes to say at points, although hers was in regard to politics, you know, you may not care about current events, but current events care about you. Politics, you may not care about it, but it cares about you. This isn't going to get political, by the way. I'm just making sure I cite the actual original quote there. So, how do I describe this politely? For those that are on the Twitch scene mainly, there are political commentators that make their home here. Asmongold, Hassan Piker, Tectone, Destiny, you name it. Ethan Klein, maybe. There's a whole rabbit hole full of these guys for political persuasions of all sorts. The most popular, and the one that we as creators on Twitch know about, is a little scumbag by the name of Hassan Piker. This man that I'm referencing is one of Dan Clancy's that's our CEO on Twitch. That's a personal fan favorite of his, Mr. Hassan Piker. Hasanabi, I believe, is the channel name for Twitch. Dude doesn't only do political commentary, but it's like part and parcel what he does all day is political commentary for hours. Probably, yeah, the battery should be down here. Okay, yeah. We have plenty of those. I just need to cook up some food when I get the time. Oh, also, I should be marking up some quests, or not quests, some locations for us to check out. Even if they're like out of region, they're so close that we really should just take them out while we're right here. It'll make the run, it'll make our time in the depths just so much smoother, in my opinion. Just marking all these down before continuing. All right, we can keep going. So, like I was saying with Mr. Piker, or about Mr. Piker, this man is notorious. He is infamous on this platform, or famous depending on who you look at. He is the biggest left-wing biggest U.S. left-wing political commentator there is, and is a fan favorite of Mr. Clancy for whatever reason. It's just a kind of a well-known fact. Unfortunately, Mr. Piker, who is a champagne socialist, like he's born into a lot of money, but professes socialist values, has aired terrorists on the platform, like an actual Houthi rebel. That Houthi rebel, I'm pretty sure, later got blown up by a bomb or drone strike, but he aired a Houthi supporter. He actually did this unapologetically, didn't even ask super tough questions, basically gave a platform for a terrorist to talk about whatever. I believe some of the questions included music and anime, like One Piece anime stuff. Just things that, if you look at it in a vacuum, right, it's not all that bad. But it's the fact that the particular person Mr. Piker brought on was supposed to come in for an interview, and then, a bunch of softball questions were asked, and it basically glorified, it gave a terrorist a platform upon which to espouse their absolutely disgusting views on human beings. I don't care which side of the political aisle you're on, you never platform a terrorist, like, ever, at all. That got pretty supreme backlash online, and rightfully so. Hassan got the political backlash he deserved. The other thing that he did, which was really problematic. There are loads of other things that Mr. Hassan Piker has done, but the two I fixate on because they're inexcusable, they're unforgivable, they're irredeemable. Period. Full stop. End of subject. What is the deal with all this? I need to figure out. No, okay, we just need to fly up at some point, and we should have it. What was I saying? Right. The other thing he did is called for the death as a sitting member of the U.S. Congress, specifically a senator. He called for the death of a sitting U.S. senator. A thing that if, you or I did that, we would be banned on off this platform immediately. Do you know what Hassan Piker got for that? And that's rhetorical, by the way. I don't need people to answer there. What on earth is going on? Oh, okay. I might need to, fly around a different way. I think that's probably what's going on. I'm just not thinking about the right way to approach this light route. Hassan got a day, and the ban, the 24-hour ban for calling for the death of a sitting U.S. congressman. Like, it's just, I'm absolutely stunned. I was stunned the day I learned of that, because again, if a normal person with no clout that was bringing Twitch no money had said that, and it was visible for the whole world to see, he would have been perma-banned off that platform so fast it wouldn't have been funny. Like, we all would have gotten that ban. But because it was Hassan Piker, aka Dan Clancy's favorite, not only did he get the minimum temporary ban sentencing, it didn't even last the whole 24 hours, which is just absolute hogwash. Okay, I think it's around here. Maybe it's... I'm figuring out how this works. Oh yeah, you just over here. That's what's going on. So, I am not a fan of Mr. Piker whatsoever. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but if you have to say you're nice, if you have to say you're humble, think of this as a life lesson for everybody. If you have to say you're X or Y, you're usually not X or Y. You don't say you're nice, you show you're nice. You don't say you're honest, you show you're honest. So on and so forth. Because otherwise, people are thinking, why are you saying that in the first place? So this happened, this whole thing with Hassan Piker happened, like all the outrage and the backlash. I do see that comment. I will read it in a second, I promise. This whole thing happened, gosh, I want to say like 7-8 months ago, like in January or February of this year. It took 8 months for someone big enough to notice that Mr. Piker was saying these things. It took 8 months. And when specifically Elon Musk was the person who took notice, the owner of Twitter, for those that don't know, and the owner of Twitter and the CEO of both Twitter and Tesla and such, and he had to someone, he had to at Clancy on Twitter to ask him to explain. And within the next few days after that happened, Capitol hearing, everybody. Mr. Jason says, speaking of terrorists, sorry, I did not mean to cough into the mic there. Just coffee almost went down the wrong pipe. Speaking of terrorists, Mr. Coin, in the UK, protesting on behalf of a group named Palestine Action is now, rightly so, deemed as illegal. They have been marked as a terrorist organization here. Here. Look, in all honesty, I am neither pro-Israel nor pro-Palestine. I'm neither. I simply want the killing to stop. Israel has done some things. The government has done some things that I cannot agree with. But let's not pretend for a second that the terrorists that are in Palestine care about things like gender identity or gender politics. I saw a movement called Gays for Palestine, and in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, these are people that would behead you for being gay. I want these people to know that. So, unfortunately, I wish it were as simple as two-state solution with Israel and Palestine. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think the two-state solution has been efficiently screwed over, and so completely screwed over, to the point that I really only see one or two ways out. A, the fighting stops, which is like the big thing, and then, you know, rebuild and take the next steps from there. Or one side completely eliminates the other. I'm merely making an observation on this more than anything else. You have two groups of people that have millennia-year-old grudges in the same space as each other. You think they're going to coexist? I mean, we can point to the Chinese and Japanese and say that they coexist, but it's always an uneasy coexistence with them. You never know when the imperialism bug might bite and make China or Japan or both want each other's land and want it enough to the point to do something about it. So it's a very complicated situation. Lots of people are dying. Everyone is vitriolic and hateful. I really feel for the civilians. I don't care one. I don't like either of the two sitting governments. I mostly care about the innocent people caught in the middle. Mr. Jason says, I might have to head out, but you'll be back as soon as possible. No worries, Mr. Jason. No worries. Take your time. Do what you gotta do. Of course, I guess, just keep me apprised if you don't have to head out or what have you. We're just gonna grab this. Of course, I want to be careful. I do definitely want to be careful with criticisms leveled at the U.S.'s good friend, Israel. A, because there are anti-Semitism laws that are passing that make comments talking about Israel really difficult. But more than that, if you do not give the necessary nuance to say, well, look at these people, look at who the Israeli people are fighting, look at the culture wars happening worldwide, and say, as well as, again, I go back to the thousands and thousands of years of history for both the Israeli people and the Palestinian people. One group of people, the Palestinians, that wasn't even their original name. They were Philistines originally. But after that culture died out a bit and their people sufficiently dwindled, they became... they ended up taking on the name of Palestine. These are people that are fighting to retain ownership of their land. On the other hand, you have a group of people, the Israelites, who, after enduring thousands of years of a diaspora, and I believe that is how you say that, or diaspora, there we go. It's a little bit more together than what it was. Collectively, their people are choosing the, well, everyone hates us, so we might as well try to retake the land, which is ours. Which is ours by ancestry, even if that makes us a villain of the entire world, because at least we'll be hated at home. Quote unquote. It's very tragic. That history is very tragic. And it doesn't have to be that way. It didn't have to be this way. But everyone perpetuating and holding on to millennia-year-old grudge matches, or not grudge matches, but years-old grudges are Oh, we're just burning up, like, straight up. Okay, and our boat is working. Oh, I did not want to do that. Oh, yep, yep, we just need to move. Okay, we're still going to be burning up pretty badly, so we need to, like, hurry this up. Now... Okay, so here we have the Neozimod and get a cam. All right, we don't. Okay, there aren't other light routes. That I was a little confused when I was reading the map. I'm glad that's not the case. Since we've lost our ride, though, why don't we go back over here and I'll whip up a new one. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, earlier today you pre-ordered 2 copies of the physical version of Rosalina's storybook from Super Mario Galaxy. That was announced in the last Nintendo Direct. Nice! Nice! Oh, I'm willing to bet that pre-order is based on the Super Mario Galaxy movie that's coming out sometime this year, or sometime early next year. One of those. It's going to have most of the same actors. Maybe April 2026. Okay, so yeah, basically, you know, spring of next year. That sort of movie does take a while to produce. Right. Make a hover bike, my dude. Well, hopefully people are excited. You know, I may be, you know, a bit of a grouch about Nintendo's legal policies, but this movie has a lot of, you know, a lot of industry heads, you know, needing the success. And honestly, I do want to see it do well. Because that, quite honestly, we need some parts of the movie business to be doing really well right now. My dad and I were talking about this morning. And let me just take a tally. Just real quick. Also, why is that dragon in here? I think it's just a random spawn, right? Anyway, I'll try to contain my reaction. How many people here like Disney? I'm usually hit or miss with Disney films myself, but you know, I have friends who are Disney adults. They like the Disney films. Okay, we'll just go ahead and do that. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily like Disney's old work. I think right around when Brave and Rapunzel were coming out, I think was kind of when Disney had sort of hit a secondary cultural peak where the stories were generally okay, they were well respected, they were original. And they didn't try to copy pasta everything into a live action remake. Disney's artistic integrity has kind of reached a low point. And the reason I even bring that up in the first place, going back to the, you know, the discussion that my dad and I had, was, yeah, we kind of discussed like the overarching connections that a lot of these newfound culture wars here in the U.S. have, like, how do I word? I'm wording this wrong. We're kind of discussing the common thread amidst all the culture wars that are going on here in the U.S. And there's a movie that stars Rachel Zegler. People may know it as Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. That got a 1.5, like a hybrid live action remake with Rachel Zegler, Gal Gadot, and several other human beings. This movie flopped so bad and had so much wrong with it that Disney almost lost $1 billion on it. It flopped that hard. And Rachel Zegler's words, right, the hover bike is right here. I'm about to make another one. Silly me. Let's not do that. I'm thinking carefully before I say things is what's happening here. I'm sure Rachel's a nice enough lady. Don't get me wrong. I just think she's very politically motivated as a person, and that can make people do some really scary things. Because it's classic tribalism. It becomes us and them. It becomes, you know, the in-group and the out-group. And humanity at its worst does not tolerate out-groups very long. It just does. We just don't. It's kind of how human social structures work. Not only did Rachel Zegler basically alienate half of Disney's audience, she also really downplayed all of the security issues that Gal Gadot had because of the Israel-Palestine conflict at the time. I mean, it's still ongoing, but back when it was in its nascency, Disney had to fork over a lot of money just to make sure Gal Gadot didn't get, you know, offed by some random bozo whose only real complaint with Gal Gadot was that she was conscripted into the IDF as part of being an Israeli citizen. I mean, most people in Israel don't get a choice. Conscription is mandatory. And you have to serve a certain number of years in the military before you're allowed to leave it. I actually did a paper. I did a paper and a presentation and a speech on the rigors and compulsions of military service and why I think it needs to remain compulsory here in the U.S. That was a 15-minute speech, and I looked into countries that had mandatory conscription, specifically for women, because this subject's kind of a constant whipping horse for men. But there are countries that conscript women, and Israel is one of them. Most people, if they had the option in Israel, would not be signing up for the IDF. They would not be doing that. They don't have a choice. And so people are mad because Israeli citizens don't go AWOL and, attempt to get out of conscription. The same thing happened with H3H3 Productions. That's Ethan Klein. His wife was also conscripted into the IDF, and people took real issue with that. So much of a real issue, in fact, some folks attempted to get Ethan's kids taken away from him in a fake child protective services call. The story is really quite ghastly, but the point I make by bringing up all these incidents is to say that Our world, I don't think, has been... This feels really close to the World War II era. Now, of course, is this a World War II era? No, it's not. Like, we don't have a conflict where the whole world is involved. We have a bunch of regional conflicts with varying degrees of indirect involvement from a lot of other people. History does not repeat, but it sure does rhyme. However, I do think there are a number of distinctions that make this World War III scenario quite different from other preceding wars outside of just technology. I really don't like the state of the world and where it's going. I hate it. Makes me just really depressed. Like, single episodically depressed, but depressed nonetheless. Last thing I'm gonna do is we're gonna find the bargainer statue that is down here, and then we are going to skedaddle. We're gonna head over to the Pikida region after we've whipped up some food for ourselves. I'm gonna take a short minute and just catch back up on chats. I'm so sorry about that. Mr. Jason says, I don't mind other people's opinions on Amazon, but you personally are glad that the Rosalina storybook was not just available on Amazon because you went and buy from Amazon, even if they were the last retailer on Earth. Fair. I've had far too many orders arrive damaged to trust them any further. Completely valid. I've also had a number of orders arrive damaged, but we just don't. Here, in my particular part of the States, if you want something from, I'd say, anywhere beyond the good old 5 or 10 country mile mark, you're gonna need to use Amazon, or else rely on UPS for that. I want to say, yeah, look, you can see it right here. I don't even have to look at the map for this. We're gonna make a beeline right for that. It's just the nature of living in, you know, like a semi-rural part of America, where the border is like the most exciting thing you have. Like, a state border is the most exciting thing I have going on. To be as, like, kind of generic and vague with that as possible. You kind of have to use Amazon or, you know, get bent. Ooh. Please tell me we can, like... Okay, we need to, like, veer left. Come on, get out of here. Okay. In fact, looking at your Amazon orders, the last pre-order with them was the 14th of August 2017, and that was the Sonic Mania Collector's Edition. And did it come in as you requested it to, or did you end up having issues? Okay, so it was your... Frick. Alright, there we go. Let's not... I think we're gonna be warping out of here anyway, so I'm not sure why I'm fighting hard to save this particular one, but... Here I am doing that. You who stand before me, make an offering. Offer pose to me. Spirits that ought to return to the afterlife. They are pitiful beings who have lost their way home and wander this land. I am the one who returns all pose to the afterlife without prejudice. Good, evil, that's the feudal perspective of narrow-minded beings. There is no such distinction in wandering spirits. I take it you have encountered my brethren. Stay a moment and listen. Hey, listen! Sorry. My brethren and I have combined our power to create the Dark Hood. If you desire it, You must make a suitable offering. Ah, yes, I'm glad I saved up. I'm glad I saved up stuff for that. Okay, good, good. We could just buy the hood. No. Seek my brethren in this land. If you do so, you may receive further blessings. Yes, I want the hood. Thank you very much. Headwear obtained by offering pose to a strange statue. It resembles the head of a monster born of shadow, and its eyes glow eerie red in the dark. I have returned the lost spirits to the afterlife. You're welcome. We'll likely need to find some more bargainer more bargainer statues, and that of course means we will be, I'll need to make sure I'm grinding up pose in the meantime. Let's take a look at our new set. I believe we did... No, actually, this was an amiibo set, I'm almost positive. Yeah, this was the amiibo set. We had, like, the Phantom Ganon set, but not the Dark Link set. A nice-looking cell-shaded set. I could see why people might like it. That said, there's only one suit of armor I want to be wearing right now, and that's our Sheikah set. Okay. Now that we are finished, we can let's try that again, coin. I will plot some places for us to check out in the depths as we continue moving regions. You know, I'll find things to show off, but for the most part, we're kind of beginning to see stuff basically just repeats. I see like a couple of spots. This one for sure. This one's probably an arena, and then we've got a whole bunch of pits and so on, a whole bunch of mines and labyrinths and things, but I want to get to the object of today's thumbnail within a reasonable time period today. So I don't want to waste too much time to do that. But before we do take the journey over to Pikida, let's make some food. I am sorely out of good food, and we're going to need that for the open skies in Pikida. Cold resist, some hearty meals, the whole works. We need to make food. Mr. Jason says I've had issues. I know what you mean. I've had stuff come in from Amazon that, was part of it was missing out of the packaging. I've had stuff be really, really, really delayed, like months after I needed it on pre-order. Like even textbooks. I've ordered textbooks through Amazon before, and okay, everything else is good. I've had everything. Almost everything under the sun happen. So I could totally get the frustration, why people might choose not to order anything through them. At least for me, with Amazon, I kind of just have to grit my teeth. There are some things that this household just can't live without. But usually the routine stuff that my folks order is a non-issue. Okay, so luckily we have recipe cards. Let's see. Let's find our cold resist ingredients. That's gonna be. I know about the spicy peppers. That's low level heat resistance. And then we have, that's this. Okay, yeah, that's sizzlefin trout. I could have swore there was something else that resisted heat. I think, yeah, it's the sun shroom. kind of don't have much heat resist to speak of. Okay, let's kind of select these for recipes then. Maybe, let's see, how many... Yeah, we can do that. We can use up some of these gold apples. Just gonna make a few of these. Just a few. And then we'll just make some generic spicy peppers. Use that when we just mainly want the buff and not so much buff and health. Let's see, what else? We have Endure Shrooms. We've got some carrots. Maybe... Yeah, we do have a recipe here. Probably don't even need that. Tomato mushroom stew, maybe something... Yeah, just a couple of mushroom skewers. That'll work. Just something to give us a little bit of extra, like, we basically want full heals. Like, once we have the supplies to make full heals, we always want them. They're preferable over random food items or cooked meat or vegetables we happen to get. Okay, I think that is sufficient. We've not used this in a recipe. Same thing with that. Okay, let's think about this. Oh yeah, we could use these tomatoes. I assume we've got some. Yep, right here. Let's make maybe a couple of pizzas. Because I don't think we can put an apple in this. Although I am going to try it. I think we're going to get something else if we do this. Never mind. So, just add apple. Has anyone had dessert pizza? That's another question I can ask. Who here has had dessert pizza? I've had dessert pizza. I've had a Nutella pizza before. I am a sucker for hazelnut. I am an absolute sucker for stuff like that. I love Nutella. I am a super glutton for that stuff. Okay, and we'll probably make a couple more superfoods. And then after that, we'll consider making some elixirs for when we truly just need a good buff more than anything. But it's important we have this like health and stamina rich food more than anything. We're probably making elixirs for the stamina stuff. Yeah, probably something like this. Anything else? Not in particular. I think we might be okay. Yeah, we're good here. All right. Let's first, why don't we take a quick trip up to up to the Lucky Clover Gazette and see if we have any frog armor pieces available, and then we can kind of go from there. I'm excited to get to a new region. Firebot should be working, so in about 3-ish minutes we should get the warning for the commercial break and everything. I realize this hour's kind of been turbocharged for things people don't want to talk about for 500, Alex, but I promise that, you know, I try to bring the serious vibes. I'm not just a streamer that talks about generic video game stuff. I pride myself on being real, being open, naked, like emotionally and mentally naked and vulnerable in front of everybody. If you want to know my real thoughts and feelings on something, I will make them known within reason. This world is not in a good place. I'm going to speak my mind on many of the issues that I think are plaguing us as a species. So if you're not looking for... If people are not looking for that sort of commentary, that's cool. I don't blame folks for, you know, getting up and leaving or blocking or muting me. Do whatever you need to do for your peace of mind. All I'm saying is I like to keep things real around here. Hey there, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Same to Mr. Jason, in case I slipped and forgot to say so. How are things in your little slice of terra firma, if and you don't mind my asking? And how's it going with the thesis that you talked about yesterday? Mr. Shiny says froggy set pieces are given to you when meeting milestones on stable missions, so no need to visit Lucky Clover HQ. Interesting. I should probably check in and see if there's anything else going on. I don't think so, but that is duly noted. We can also just whip up the bike right there, you know, in front of the stable. We've got enough ore to do that. Shiny says, better than yesterday. Progress has been made. Good, good. You know, I won't ask for you to read its contents or anything, but I would be curious to know, you know, what your overall standing grade or reception for the thesis is going to be. Hello, Tracy.
Oh.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That is the 5-minute warning for the advertisements. I do want to thank everyone for coming in and hanging out with me during this first hour. You guys are very much deeply appreciated by yours truly. I always enjoy the company. If you guys like this content or my channels and want to, you know, stay up to date with the content I make and the ups and downs of my own life, feel free to subscribe on YouTube or follow on Twitch. Make sure the restricted mode is turned off on YouTube. Consider liking the VOD and leaving a comment. All of that stuff really helps me out in the YouTube front. And just subscribing and following on Twitch helps me out in the Twitch algorithm department more than you know. We do take breaks around here, 3-minute commercial breaks, in fact, mainly for the folks on Twitch. What is the deal with these pants? I have no idea. Sorry, I felt a random weird spot with my pants. I'm gonna have to look at it during break. So you know, there will be a nice little timer that appears in the upper left-hand corner of the screen when that timer hits 0, the break will have passed and we can get back to the gaming. It'll be over before you know it. I highly encourage people to get up and stretch during this time, because 3 minutes is a lot, but my poor little legs need it. The commercial breaks are just as much for me as they are for you guys. I highly encourage us to take the break together so that we don't miss anything when we come back from that break. Let's catch up on comments here, and then we'll play out the remaining minutes. Shiny said, I just want to get this over with and get your diploma. You'll take any passing grade. Fair. Fair. I have full confidence you'll get more than a passing grade. When you began discussing some of it, you seemed maybe perhaps a little bit enthusiastic with the typing, but maybe I was just misreading what you were saying. Go away, Fruit Gnat. I need one for my... I need one of these strips for... We got some actual fly strips rather recently, and they've been working wonders. You just plug them into the wall, and it's fantastic. Unfortunately, they went to the kitchen because that's where they like to be, because we have bananas and pears on tap. I'm just gonna go ahead and drink this. And I'll come back with a cool drink after the break. I'll probably just have to draft up some nat juice for later, but that could be a later thing. And the plug-in strip can come in later. Mr. Shiny says, I already have a job. You start in October? Awesome. That's fantastic. I'm happy you have employment. That is good, stable money, my friend. So after uni, you start earning adult money? Good, good. God, I wish I had stable money. Oh well, just have to take the unstable money where you can get it, right? I hope the job won't be too taxing, but you just never know until you start actually working the job whether or not you're gonna experience perhaps more than you can bite off and chew. Ah, hello, Link. Hard at work so early in the morning, I see. Now that the blizzard has finally stopped, my sisters and I can get back to work. Duma headed off toward the northeast, toward Goron City, I think. She's looking into a rumor about some kind of underground city there. She's a little too quick to trust people, in my opinion. I hope she's not, chasing a lead that goes nowhere. Speaking of nowhere, I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Had to, stare at the porcelain throne a little bit longer than I wanted. Nature is cruel like that. Let's, finish this dialogue and let's get on the road, shall we? Let's see, there's nothing on Twitch. Mr. Shiny says it's just some supermarket employee stuff, honestly. Good, good. So like a grocer or, you know, back rooms. One of those two things. Anyways, I will see you again later. Very well, Mr. Shiny. May the thesis, you know, go or be relatively smooth sailing for you. Rest well, my lovely senator, and I hope to see you sooner rather than later. So, outside of a lead that's not going nowhere. By the way, how are you and Penn doing? Everything going okay? Did you lose track of your partner? Let's see, right around now, he should be canvassing Woodland Stable. That's a stable in the Elden region off to the northeast. It's a good stop if you're on your way to Goron City. When a great fairy showed up there, that was all anyone talked about, at least for a while. There hasn't been any news lately. So of course Penn is headed that way. He said he could smell the scoop from here. Readers all over Hyrule have their eyes and ears peeled for any information about Princess Zelda's whereabouts. The Lucky Clover Gazette is equally eager and is happy to help however it can. I'll have you know that full set of froggy armor is one of my newspaper's most valuable assets. With that, you'll cling to wet surfaces with no fear of slipping, but you're gonna have to earn it. You work with Penn to get to the bottom of the rumors about Princess Zelda, and I'll give you that froggy armor, piece by piece. First, you gotta make your editor here happy. I'm counting on you to visit all the stables in Hyrule. Think of those stables as soup pots full of all kinds of tasty leads. Get out there and spoon up that news. Boy, is she full, absolutely full of it. Okay, let me get my sky map ready. Let's see. Okay. And we've got one, it looks like... Oh, did I not? Hold on. Let me go up and see about this. Ooh, we actually did not... Oh, no, we did. I just never marked it off the map. Okay. Done. Marked. So we have 1, 2, 3 in that region, which I'll mark when we actually have the Sky Tower. Well, come on in, Mr. Flirtoon. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and hopefully you enjoy your stay. Flirtoon asks, did I get Pikida Skyview Tower yet? We are about to go do that. We are about to go do that. I just checked in to see whether or not we got any nice clean starts for the frog armor, but that really wasn't the case. I was gonna make a hover bike right out there in front of the stable. You recommend hover bike? Oh, we definitely need to put on some warm clothes. Let's see, will one pair of pants be enough? Maybe. You recommend hover bike to get it? I mean, sure. Hover bike sounds good. After I've had a little bit of fun paragliding or skydiving, as I quite like skydiving, just need to get a right good look at where this sky tower is supposed to be. Maybe somewhere off in this direction, at least according to what I'm seeing on the map. You know, let's put a pin for that. And then if we need to use the hover bike to like finish closing the distance, we could like do that. That shrine? Which one? Probably this one, right? Or this one? I'm aware. I'm kind of doing things my own way with this one. Ooh, are we are kind of fast approaching the descent pattern. Okay. Let's eat this and keep going. The first one? You mean this one? It's fine. I appreciate the assistance, but we'll probably make a hover bike here in just a second and kind of move from there. But how have things been going for you, Mr. Flaretoon, if and you don't mind my asking? I believe the last time I saw you was a month and maybe 2 days ago? Long story. Still working on the vlog for that. I did mention to folks that I would have a vlog ready by tomorrow. I've got like the things I want to say narrowed down. It's not like major, but or it's not like complicated, but there is a surprising amount to say about viral conjunctivitis. Let's see. Mr. Flaretoon says, okay. I mean, that's good. That's better than not okay, right? That's like way better than not okay. Also, I could have swore. All right, let's do this and then swap over armor sets because we're not going to be able to be stealthy, nor do we need to glide around all necessarily. Not the worst, but not the best. So average. That's good. At least it's average, right? At least it's somewhere in the middle. There are good parts and bad parts, but at least it's somewhere in the middle. I'm okay. I've had a cup of coffee. I'm ready to go. I'm now on something cold to drink. I'm ready to lock in and get to fully profiling and completing these regions. So that we can actually get our second sage at some point. Because, oh boy, is a month of time a long time to lose when it comes to making content and live streaming. I can't stress enough just how much time I feel I've lost. Flaretoon says back pain, high school and work? Yikes. Or high school work. Whether it's 2 things or 3, still yikes. I'm sorry you're dealing with all of that. I hope the back pain is temporary. And if not, I hope it's at least manageable. It's 2 high school work. Okay, yep. Thanks for the clarification on that. Yay, we've made it to the object of today's thumbnail. I usually take 2 hours to get to the object of the thumbnail. Now, are we going to be able to stick the landing, or are we going to have some problems? I guess we're going to find out. There we go. Something like this. Mainly from the bus. So just sitting too long in one place. Makes sense. And, you know, maybe whatever crappy seating the bus might have. That makes sense. Could be genetics too. Tell me about it. I mean, that I'm being rhetorical there. I come from a genetic line of people that are prone to degenerating discs. And while I'm okay, my sibling, however, was much less fortunate. They kind of won the genetic lottery on all of the congenital conditions that one could be born with, including the degenerative discs. And I know I could be headed in that direction at any time. Degenerating discs at half the age really do suck. And there's not a whole lot you can do outside of having rods in your spine or steroids to help with the pain. That's sad. I mean, that's life. Yeah, it's sad, but it's life, right? You know, some people aren't even born. Some people not only aren't even born, but sometimes when you are born, there are all kinds of genetic defects that can cut one's life really quite short. It's like scoliosis. That would make sense. Do you? I know with scoliosis, sometimes you can go through some like spine straightening exercises, or some people, especially if they have scoliosis and degenerative discs, will often have. You can delete this pin now. We don't need it. I know some folks have an inversion table. Do you use anything to treat the scoliosis, or you not really? Flaretune says, I don't need therapy currently. Luckily. Good. I hope that's never the case for you. I used to be an MMO raider back in the day, and I knew of a couple of people growing up. In fact, I knew a very specific gentleman who was a mechanic for work. He was a consistent team lead for World of Warcraft retail, and he would often talk about his inversion table, at home, and routinely he just has to kind of like sit there for an hour. Or he has to kind of like just lie there for an hour while the wife does things around the house, because back injuries and degenerative discs got to him pretty hard. Okay, so let me zoom in on. Is it that one? Yes, it's this one right here. All right, so. If you guys want to follow along as we are collecting all the Koroks and going for 100% in Tears of the Kingdom, feel free to type in either !TOTK MAP, or if you're on YouTube, feel free to type in asterisk or star TOTK MAP in the chat, and you'll get access to the object map. I use this to help me pinpoint either tricky, hard-to-find puzzles with Korok seeds, or tricky, hard-to-find Korok seeds, or a whole host of other things from time to time as necessary for troubleshooting purposes, because let's be real, 100%ing Tears of the Kingdom is fun until you get to lifting 300 rocks off of the ground floor in random spots. So I use the object map to save some time more than anything. I think it's this one right here, like right over here. And then the next one is kind of like over here in this general area. I can get pretty precise with the in-game map, but it's not perfect. We've also got 2 shrines we'll check out while we're here. We also have the labyrinth. I hope we're going to be able to do that today. Maybe we'll be able to, and I'm going to trust that... Oh no, actually we'll have to get on the ground level first. That's right. I remember how these work. We should be able to get at the... Really? Can't put a pin there? Why? There we go. For whatever reason, that wasn't working. Let's see. Mr. Flaretune says, will admit you won the lottery. Dyslexia, autism, ADHD, and scoliosis. That's a pretty robust lottery, my fine friend. Yeah, that kind of, well, okay, that doesn't stink or anything. I mean, most of that is... It's just kind of whatever, but the scoliosis does take the cake. That's awful. I'm sorry you got to deal with all that. And I hope it hasn't been a huge source of pain or trouble for you. Like the rest of the stuff you described in that lottery. Mr. Jason says, despite having a Nintendo Switch 2 for over 3 months now, Mr. Coin, it still pleasantly surprises me when you take it out of its dock just how big the screen is. Yeah, they kind of spared no expense on the screen. Which is always a good thing. Yeah, I from the people that have, you know, talked to me about the Switch 2, the screen is like one of the big things that they always mention. Like, the screen is very good, and they usually work like hell to keep that screen nice and neat. And Mr. Flairtude says, the scoliosis doesn't affect you? Good. Good. You did mention the percentage is like 5% or less, so it shouldn't, but spinal conditions can always worsen. I mostly meant the other stuff. As an autist myself, someone who lives with autism, it's fine until I bring it up. Flairtune says 9% is bad. Oh, well, then I guess it's like. So what? 5%. I'd have to look it up to know for sure. But. Oh, why am I. What on earth? I did not need to go here. It's fine. We could just kind of navigate the platforms like this. Give me just a moment, everybody. I'm going to see if I can't shut my window. I'm quite sure I'm hearing stuff out of it right now. My neighbor is mowing his grass, and it's, I can hear it through the headphones. So give me one moment. Uno momento, per favore, please. Okay, sorry about that. The part of the ceiling on my, like the bit of felt or the wrapping that goes around windows to make sure they're in the jamb, the gap where the windows are supposed to be. That's kind of like falling out of the window. So instead of having a nice seal, there are bugs and lots of air that gets through there. I have to see about super gluing that. Let me make sure I've caught up on chat here. Mr. Jason says, in Animal Crossing New Horizons, Mr. Coin, you have just 43 recipes. Nice. Are they seasonally locked by chance? Just out of curiosity, because I know being seasonally locked may or may not make getting those difficult. Flairtune says 5% doesn't really affect someone. Okay. If I remember. Fair enough. Then again, I'm somewhat short for now. Too true. You're still in high school. And you have until 25 to have a growth spurt. Or maybe 21. Flaretune says, I've been playing Silksong. It's pretty fun, but not having a pogo sucks. Yeah, I've heard that's a really top complaint, is not being able to pogo on things. Everyone keeps telling me to play it. Not even just Mr. Shiny from yesterday, but other people have told me I should play it. I want to, I really do, but I feel like I should play through regular old Hollow Knight first, because Silksong is supposed to have a higher difficulty curve, and it sort of builds up on what you've experienced from the previous game. Like Team Cherry went all out on this particular game, so I want to give it its due diligence, and that means playing through the previous game first. Flaretune says, luckily later you can get a thing to get a pogo. Nice. Really nice. Okay, is that... I think I just kind of landed short of the thing, right? Yeah, that's what appears to have happened. So we can just kind of... We can paraglide for now, slash move forward. Flaretune says, yeah, understood. I can't tell you how nice it is to be streaming again. A month of not streaming, I mean, on one hand, you know, if I can comment on that, I think I'm gonna miss the mark by like a country mile. I should have waited. Oh no, that's awful. Yup. Gonna need to do something else, and I think I know what I'm gonna have to do. I just didn't wait the half second to navigate that successfully. Going a month without, you know, talking to, or I say talking, but like talking at people, right? On the one hand, it felt nice not having to log in, and, you know, boot up a bunch of streaming software. It was nice to be able to just hit the record button and record things. On the other hand, I really missed you guys. That's like the main motivator. Having people to talk to, it is just such a godsend for my mental health. I feel so much better being able to do it again. You know, I just have to make sure I've sufficiently separated parts of myself from, you know, streaming. Can't share everything. Mr. Jason says, in fact, Mr. Coin, that's a rare fish in the game that you can only catch at a certain pier that is known as the blue marlin. And when you cook it... Oh, the fish is known as blue marlin. And when you cook it, you can make a fancy meal known as the carpaccio di marlin blue. Mmm. Carpaccio. Tasty. Flaretune says, got it mainly since you had the money and to support Team Cherry. Yeah. Screw the naysayers. You know, Team Cherry is good. If there's any indie company that you should give your money to support their product, it is Team Cherry. The fact that the game is $20 on Steam is really, really good. I can't. I hate getting on soapboxes like this because I feel like I'm such an unhinged loon when I start gabbing about this. There are people in the industry that are upset that Team Cherry posted their game for $20. Like, so we're selling it at $20, and like they should have charged $30 for it. I'm like, are you joking? The world economy is in complete tatters right now, and you want them to charge $30 for that game? And most of the complaints were coming from game devs of all stripes, both AAA and indie devs, and they're just mad that Team Cherry found a winning price tag to settle on, and a whole bunch of other nonsense. If Team Cherry wants to sell the game at 20, they should sell it at 20. They have the right to price it however they want. Of course, pricing it too high is going to ensure nobody buys the game, but come on. 20 is such a steal for games these days. Let's see. Flaretune says, it in Pal World. I think I'm not going to get Pal World. That's totally fair. I think Pocket Pair, really, on one hand, I have to commend Pocket Pair for getting Nintendo to take off their PR-friendly mask for, like, the last time, because people now get to see how much of a greedy, evil company they are, way more than in previous years. On the other hand, Pocket Pair drew too many inspirations too close to the Nintendo sunset. And I'm not surprised that Nintendo bared its fangs over Pokemon of all franchises. I think there's some truth to Pal World. What's PR again? The PR is the Public Relations Department. Flaretune, think of public relations as the part of a company that is responsible for putting out mission statements that a company might say to the public. They're responsible for generating goodwill. They might help with advertising and campaign slogans. They're there to make the public image of a company look really good and make sure that customer service for that company is, generally doing what it's supposed to be doing. That's usually what PR is for. As well as, like, there's a little bit of overlap with quality and assurance testing, but for the most part, that's what PR is. These are the people that have social media accounts. These are people that are the most easily accessible, whereas like a company CEO or like a game dev may not be all that accessible. Like creative leads or whatever. They're not as accessible, excuse me. Let's see. Flaretune says, I'm fine if it was 25 to 28. 25 would probably be reasonable for Silk Song. I think it would have seen success at 25, but the $20 is much better. We're getting back to the whole plagiarism aspect of Pocket Pair and like their decision to, even though the models were not like directly ripped from Nintendo models, right? The similarities were so striking that Nintendo couldn't really help but sort of get involved. They took one look and were like, yeah, we're going to be keeping an eye on them. And they've been muscling for patents ever since then. I mean, Pocket Pair is still in court in Japan with Nintendo about, patenting. And Nintendo just got a new patent in the US for basically what amounts to summoning something from somewhere. Which, to be honest, if I can talk about game patents for a minute, I think it's super stupid. I get, patenting a process, right? Also, I should definitely be checking out this dispenser. What does it have? Don't know until we put stuff in it. like, the thing with the thing with game patents is at some point there's so many mechanical overlaps in games that even something like World of Warcraft has like a battle pets mechanic. Is Blizzard Activision suddenly going to get Nintendo's crosshairs because this whole summoning mechanic has been newly patented for Nintendo? I don't know. Like, this whole thing of game patents might actually be the thing that eats the game industry alive, because now instead of being able to do anything, within reason, just make it look different. Now it's, this mechanic is just not a thing you can do in your game ever. I really do think that's going to kill creativity, and it's going to lead to game devs relying more on either ChatGPT or some other generative AI to get their game process started, or they're going to have a list of mechanics that they're not allowed to use. And it just, the whole thing is that it becomes a subjective comparison of, how close to the patent did you fly? Did you technically fit the definition of the patent? Oh, guess what? Nintendo can sue you. Sony can sue you. Microsoft can sue you, and so on. Flairtune says, personally, I think big companies should violate the patents. But then we run into the opposite problem then, where, like, the patents don't mean anything. You kind of need the government to come in and say, hey, listen, certain kinds of things just can't fall under a patent. Your game can fall under copyright, but the mechanics in your game could not fall under patent. They just did it for Pal World. I mean, that's fair. I mean, Nintendo decided to pick this fight, and even though they're winning on the patent battlefront, I do think they're losing in the PR department. And I couldn't ask for more of a bloody nose for Nintendo. Mr. Jason says they're pretty good. Hollow Knight Silksong is just the cherry on top. It is. It is. Oh, this isn't Elden Ring coin. Where is my hover bike? Flairtune says Nintendo isn't going to sue big companies that could win in court. Yeah, see, that's the thing. They're only going to pick fights with smaller companies that they know they can financially bleed dry, which makes it particularly scummy. Customers should take note of this and refuse to buy Nintendo products until Nintendo stops doing that stuff. But I digress. I'm not gonna. I am saying what I think people should do, but I'm never going to. Really, I definitely should have just discovered the shrine. I should have done that. That's bad juju on my part. We're gonna have to fix that. Okay. Let's not make that mistake a third time. 13 says the only thing you're buying is Legend ZA and the DLC. Yeah, and honestly, I guess I could get into the whole what is ethical consumerism argument, but I don't think that's a particularly good idea. There really isn't such a thing as ethical consumerism. The most I'll probably say is, if you don't want to support a company, don't give them money. If you don't care about that, or you have other things to worry about, okay, there will be people in the same moral and ethical position you'll find yourself in, and you know, you can have some kinship with them, and they'll help guide you through all of the turbulent arguments people will make for why you might be considered a hypocrite or an evil company supporter or some other heinous name here. But not Mario Kart World or really anything else made by Nintendo. Fair. So you're hoping to give money to Game Freak, right? Or you're just an avid Pokemon enjoyer. One of those two things. Would that about sum it up? Well, it's totally fine. I'm sort of just asking, is it a personal preference thing, or you know, I'm supporting the company. Flirtune says, only because I really like the Pokemon. I really like Pokemon since it was the first, you know, game that you've played. Fair enough. Fair enough. Pokemon was not my first franchise, but I do see why people like it. Okay, we need to, like, kind of descend in a careful fashion. Okay. Thank goodness. Now we could just kind of, like, saunter on up, and let's see where the crystal is going to be, shall we? Flare-Tune says, and because of that, you kind of have an attachment to it. No worries. I wish I had the money for, you know, Metroid Prime 4, whenever that comes out. That would be the one game I would sort of consider, you know, breaking my stance on, because I'm a huge Metroid junkie. I really quite like the franchise. I have a poster behind me over there. I'm gesturing like people can see that, but actually it's over there somewhere, you know, behind my head. I have a Metroid Prime poster. Samus Aran is my favorite Nintendo female character, and it really sucks that, you know, I want to support, you know, retro studios, but I don't necessarily want to support Nintendo. It's quite the... I never thought in a million years, you know, during my entire lifetime, that I would have to work... I would now have to choose between my favorite game franchise and whatever ethical consumerism means, you know, in our current year of 2025. Interesting. So I think there's a Korok seed up here, and we need to find it. This feels like a flower trail to me, or some other spot, because I'm not really seeing anything one could pick up here. Yeah, there it is. It's right there. Flare-Tune says, unless Nintendo gets a face again, what do you mean by face, if you don't mind my asking? You might get Nintendo games again? I'm going to assume that you meant you might not get Nintendo games again. It's fine. I'm just making sure I'm not mixing up what you want to say. That's all. Okay, where are we here? Over here? Faceless Company. Ah! Okay, so unless they become reputable again, fair enough. Yeah. Really? From what I understand, there's a new chairperson that joined within like the last year, and they've kind of been really aggressively pushing for changes. Let's see, it's this one, right? It's this pot key. Yeah. Did we get the other one? No, we did not. That's fine. I'll grab that in a hot minute. Why is it saying it's off the map? That would be why. I'll deal with that after we get the shrine, so if I mess up, we can fix it. I'm willing to bet the smaller platform at the bottom is what gives us our point of access for the Shrine Quest Crystal. Let's see. Flairtune says, doesn't feel like it cares for its fans anymore. I think it's just the advent of, like, new chair people coming in more than anything. It's on the side of the island, little stump thing sticking out. You're referring to that Korok seed, right? We might as well fly over to it and just make sure. Yeah, it's right there. It's right there. All right. Cool. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, before the Nintendo Switch released, I was invited by Nintendo UK, along with some other members of a gaming group that I used to be part of, down to London to a Nintendo Switch premiere event. I got to try some games, and I came out with a lanyard and a pin badge. Awesome. That's awesome. See, I could be upset with Nintendo's legal policy, and I could still be happy that people are getting enjoyment out of their Nintendo products. Those are not contradictory positions. I want Nintendo to do better because I really liked them as a gaming company. I want everyone in this world to do better because right now this world really freaking sucks. It's got good people in it. But boy, oh boy, are we at the lowest of lows right now. It would be nice if the whole world did better for a change, for like a decade at least. Flairtune says I liked $60 games. Me too. I liked them when they were $50 personally, because I remember that time period. But oh well, 60 was a good sweet spot. They should have just not changed it, but inflation, right? Mr. Jason says the lanyard and pin badges were exclusive for attendees. Nice. I take it you still have those, the lanyard and the pin badge. You will admit you're conservative politically? That's fair. I don't have a problem with that. I am... The best way I would describe my politics is that I am a disaffected liberal. I am fiscally conservative, but I am in strong favor of social safety nets. I want everyone's basic needs met, you know, without breaking the bank on our taxes, if at all possible. And I want everybody to be at a baseline level of acceptance of, you know, two people kissing in society shouldn't make people go ew, you know, just because they're doing it. Now, if they're doing more than smorking, okay, yeah, that's when I think people should draw the line. But I am socially liberal, but economically conservative, which has gotten me some really nasty looks, because the second I say the word conservative, people are like, ew, so you support, you know, fascism, right? No, I'm not. And I really don't appreciate people watering down that word. Oh my god, I could get on a soapbox about that. I hate what people have done to the words fascist and Nazi. They've lost all meaning. People just kind of use them as parlance for people they dislike. It's really gross. That's like a level of lingual drift that's not okay. Flaretune says, already have invested in stocks? Nice. And especially at your age, that investment should come in handy. You know, unless the stock market, breaks at some point. And usually stocks and markets are happy when Republicans are in office. Yeah, that's usually true. Even more so with, the current one we have in office. Where is this entrance? Am I, like, missing something here? Maybe, let me look. I should look around a little bit harder than what I currently am at the moment. Already made 400 off of stocks? That's impressive. Good work. If I had the money to invest into stocks, I would definitely do so. Since I can't, the best I can do is be vicariously happy when other people make money off of stock trading. I'm perfectly fine doing that. I think there's a perfectly robust place in economies for stocks. Mr. Jason says, with me, Mr. Coin, I'm not on any side politically nor religiously. Nor are you religious, you should say. I can wholly respect both sides. Where I draw the line is them trying to force it on me. Yeah, I'm more or less the same. So I'm a Christian and a Druid. I'm both. But I don't dare force my beliefs on other people. Now, if people ask what those beliefs are, then okay, I'll talk about them. That's a wholly different conversation. We've opened the door, right? But I do my best not to just start waxing poetic about my beliefs, because there's usually no reason to bring them in the first place. Make sure I've read every message accordingly. Flaretune says Apple and Nvidia are usually safe. Amazon as well. Yeah, I suppose so. I haven't heard anything bad about... I haven't heard any ill news about those particular stocks. Mainly ones related to, like, Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley media companies. Like Meta stocks or whatever are kind of running really roughshod, and like if the company is doing poor, then the stock is gonna, not handle very well. Okay, we're just gonna... Are you serious right now? Did that really just happen? There's gotta be a way to fix this. I hate... sometimes I do hate navigation. I'm joking. I don't hate navigation in this game. I love the navigation in this game. But man, can it give, and boy, can it take. Aha! You are not going to outwit me, video game. I am going to outwit you. How about that one? I think that's a nice save. I'm going to give myself some applause for that one. I'm pretty decent at being able to make split, crucial saves too, all things considered. For those that don't know, I'm an on-again, off-again challenge runner for Elden Ring and Dark Souls, in addition to just my other lineup of content that I have on the regular. You guys may have noticed that I've started putting up routing premieres on YouTube, and this is mostly just to get the screws in place for if I ever do route like an actual real deathless run for Elden Ring Reforged. I have that all ready to go. In addition to, making challenge runs out of modded titles for Dark Souls and Elden Ring, in the baseline FromSoft games, I was known for 2 different Dark Souls 3 challenge runs. One of them, I'm gonna save right here.
You hear that
my senators and inductees. That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. One of those challenge runs is Dark Souls 3 whip only. So I'm only allowed to use whips in that game. And whips are a really bad weapon, or kind of a bad weapon. You're not allowed to perform critical strikes or backstabs. You're allowed some unique properties as a result of that weapon, but for the most part, they're like the worst of the worst in melee weapons. High base damage, but no crits, no backstabs. And in Dark Souls parlance, the thing you really want to do a lot of the time is perform criticals and backstabs. You want those. That helps get you through the game much faster. The other run I was known for, and the one I'm more known for, was Dark Souls 3, New Game Plus, Dark Spells Only. I had a personal best of 16 prior to college happening. And it probably took me the latter part of a year on attempts to do that. So I'm quite a veteran when it comes to hitless and deathless challenge runs. That's kind of always been part and parcel for me. And it's a very different... that's a very different vibe of making content. It really, truly is. Here, I can talk with you guys. We can discuss the story and all of that. When I am truly locked in when there's a challenge run going on. Yeah, we could talk about whatever, but I'm probably not going to be demoing or discussing things in the game all that much. I'm going to be spamming buttons, trying to get through things as fast as possible. It's a whole different experience. I have some old VODs people can look at if they want to know what that experience is like. I believe they're on the VODs channel, if I recall correctly. That warning that we had earlier was the 5-minute warning for commercial breaks. Since we're already running a bit low on time, I'll just kind of skip to the good part. You guys being here is more than enough, but if you guys do feel like being financially generous with your money, I have plenty of perks available for you, mostly Discord derived, but I am in the works on making Patreon and Coffee semi-exclusive content. A $1 a month gets you access to that whenever I can upload it, and I'm still figuring out some kinks with Patreon, but I'm determined to make it work. It took 3 weeks to upload a video directly onto Patreon, which is very unacceptable. So I will figure out a way to go forward with making the Patreon releases available at the same time as our coffee users. Feel free to click the link tree underneath the video player on Twitch, or in the description at the bottom of said description on YouTube is a link tree link. You click on that, and there are all kinds of icons. Feel free to fiddle around with that. There's something for just about everybody in there. Of course, that's not required, but again, that's only if you're feeling financially generous. I know money is tight, and I am not owed anyone's financial contribution for any reason. I think we're about to get a pretty big shakeup in terms of the alliances and the like relationships of the world. I truly think so. And so I can't imagine the internet and the current ways of doing business being sustainable for too much longer. Okay. So there's that. You got both of those. So our next stop is the next Korok Seed and the Labyrinth, it looks like. So I'm gonna whip out another bike. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna whip out another bike, and by the time I've done that, it'll probably be time to take a commercial break. There'll be a timer in the upper left-hand corner. I highly recommend everybody take a break during that, and we'll be back before you know it. See you guys after the ad break. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of the commercial break, whether that be talking to a loved one, grabbing a snack, whatever have you. I know the commercial breaks are kind of insufferable, right? But you know, this is the game that we have to play on Twitch and YouTube and elsewhere with advertisers and such. We just got to play that game in order to get our cut of the pie. So, oh, what the heck happened? Don't like what's happening. Ah, the capture card froze is what happened. Good. Okay. Let's move and talk, shall we? Flaretune says, and I realized they had to leave, so I'll be reading this, you know, sort of in post here. Do have a good rest of your day, Mr. Flaretune, and I hope to see you back, you know, sooner rather than later, my lovely senator and inductee. Do take care of yourself, and please do stay safe. I hope everyone stays safe, actually. But they said before leaving, unions should try to lower game prices or people stop getting games. People ain't gonna stop getting games, so methinks we're probably gonna, see some form of advocacy for lower prices hit a fever pitch. That's what I think we're gonna see more than anything. We may have to do some, we might be okay. I'll try to take the weekend and farm. We might be okay. We're in double digits for ore right now. Just gonna go ahead and activate this. But I do think unions could be a significant possibility. We don't exactly know how that'll work, given that gaming is kind of a multinational or like an international, enterprise. How would that even work? Jason says, I am down to your last 39 recipes in Animal Crossing New Horizons, Mr. Coin. Awesome. One of them is a rather another fancy one. Champignons al agilo. Sorry. Is it? Agilo. There we go. Champignons al agilo. Because I see there are two L's there. But it's not like Animal Crossing gives you a pronunciation guide. You could probably look up how that's supposed to be said as well. Look, I have a hard... When I was learning Italian back in the day, I did have a hard time with... I can do the rolling R's. Bad rolling R. Notwithstanding just now. He says he can do a rolling R. He suddenly cannot do a rolling R. There we go. That's a rolling R, just like that. I can do them. But circumflexed A's. Italian doesn't have any circumflexed A's. For those that don't know what a circumflex is, if you've ever seen an A in a European language with like a caret on top of it, think typing in a power symbol using your keyboard. That caret is called a circumflex. That's what that symbol is called. And it means to really shorten the vowel. When I tried to learn Romanian, they have circumflex vowels, and their A's were really, really, really hard. We here in America, we have a lot of drawn out vowel sounds. We could benefit from putting diacritic marks on things, but the problem with American English is just putting diacritic marks on things doesn't change the red reeds are flowing down the red river type of sentence. Or I read the book about red reeds yesterday, and then my sibling read that book before me, and they read it on Thursday. That's like those are like two example sentences I've stapled together. What's this shrine called again? Gravity and velocity. Cool, it teaches us about physics. Great. Interesting. So what does this do? I see. So this activates the low gravity mode in Tears of the... Okay, nice. Should be able to use this low gravity to our advantage. I imagine the chests are going to come in the next... there may be multiple chests. Really? I'm hoping this'll... There we go. There, perfect. One by one, you'll soon have no recipes left. Will you restart New Horizons when you finish all those recipes, Mr. Jason? Or is that largely like something else you're counting down on the way to doing something else? Because I know whenever I fully complete a game, I usually don't boot it back up again. Because I've done everything. There's no reason for me to boot it up again. Especially with, like, stream projects. I have not touched Blasphemous since, you know, since we completed it. And that was years ago. Interesting. So this... Oh, we need to adjust the low grav to be at a different point. I think. Yeah, there should be a low grav ball coming through here. Wait. There. Mr. Jason says, absolutely not. I won't ever restart. Fair enough. You've put almost 4,000 hours into that island. Completely valid. My sibling has demoed their island in like the original Switch version of the game. No less than like 4 to 6 times. You know, being dissatisfied with the island layout each time. Hey there, Aelin. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are in the midst of exploring the Pikida region. We finally, you know, for the most part, finished with the underground in Akawa. There are still some things we should probably check out, but we can check them out later. We are getting ready to pick up the last Korok and Sky of Pikida, and we're about to head down to the surface and start working on the Koroks there, as well as some quests and some other general stuff. We're one region closer to the second stage. Mr. Jason says, I know one thing for damn sure, Mr. Coin. I have learned well. In games like Animal Crossing New Horizons, hoarding is your best friend. I've managed to cook a lot of meals today because you've hoarded everything. Fair. I know what it's gonna say. I need them to say it. You who set foot in this labyrinth of the sky, go to the labyrinth of the land. Deep within its corridors, a dragon ring sleeps, awaiting the one who will wake it. That's cool, fam, but I'm gonna be honest with you. If I can, like, ascend through this. Okay, let's not do something super stupid. Okay, what can I do here? Unfortunately, the temperature is, like, really cold. Do I have anything for high-level cold resist? Not really. Interesting. Aelin says, I upgraded the gold horse to max speed, and turns out it's fast. Nice, nice. I see that... don't worry, you know, we'll be ramming some folks eventually. Right now, we're in exploration mode. All right, let's cheat. We might as well cheat a little bit. It's fine. We just won't run through our supplies. Like, we shouldn't really need to run through our supplies of ore that quickly. We're just here to grab a Korok. Link, what the heck are you doing, bud? I need you to steer the ship correctly, okay? Really should not be hard. I love seeing bitches rammed. That is gonna end up being a line, isn't it? Okay, at least that is well preserved. With any luck, this will be the last time we're diving off a really dangerous labyrinth. Aw, man, Zonite bow. What do we get rid of? I don't want to get rid of the Phrenic bow. Maybe a duplex bow? No, if I'm being honest, probably one of these royal bows. Let's get rid of the fast shot. Sure. Let's do it like that. Okay. No. Okay, let's quickly get back up there and try that again. I love Seribot. For those that are thinking of streaming, definitely please consider. Oh my god. I'm going to have an aneurysm if that keeps up. If you're thinking of streaming on Twitch, please do yourself a favor and sign up for Seribot and Kumabot Defender. Those are just free. One operates directly on Twitch, and there's a bunch of chat commands available to sign up for Seribot. And then Kumabot Defender, I believe, also operates in a similar fashion. And they are excellent for stopping spam, hate raids, you name it. If you're having issues with that sort of stuff on Twitch, that pair of bots will really help you out. I am a much happier camper with those. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, you met your IRL friend a week or so ago. Nice. And they said that they had a surprise for me when you went to meet them. You got to their place and they had made you a coffee and walnut cake. Oh man, you shouldn't have said that. I want a coffee cake now. And then Aylin says, my mom makes an Oreo pie and it's so good. She uses Oreos for the crust. All this talk of sweets makes me hungry. But thankfully, I see we need to do a little bit of gliding, huh? Alright. Maybe we might be able... we're probably just gonna have to eat some burn damage here. And maybe something like this ought to work. Yeah, this might be okay. I'm looking forward to dinner tonight. We found a recipe for cream cheese chicken online. I say cream cheese chicken just to avoid confusion. The recipe actually refers to the chicken as cracked chicken. It's basically shredded chicken that you put in a slow cooker with cream cheese and some seasonings and stuff. And after like anywhere between 2 and 4 hours, you just make sure it's not dried out. You continue adding seasonings and maybe extra cream cheese if needed. And you can put it on sandwiches and stuff. I love cracked chicken sandwiches. It's one of my favorite meals. I love having it in the house. I'm a super happy camper when cracked chicken is coming out of the crock pot, because I don't get gas after eating it. I feel no intestinal discomfort when eating it. Aylin says, I think I'm having Moco Loco tonight. Oh, isn't Moco Loco is like hamburger with like a hamburger steak with gravy slathered over rice, right? Did I get that correct? Wow. I'm actually surprised. Yeah, okay, cool. I did remember what a Moco Loco was. Stardew Valley Expanded. That's a mod for Stardew Valley. No, not Stardew Valley Expanded. I'm sorry. Ridgeside Valley. That's the name of the mod. There's a cafe, an outdoor cafe called Pika's Cafe, and the character, Pika, I believe he comes from, like, a distant island, and he's, like, Hawaiian coded, or, like, Polynesian coded. And he talked about Moco Locos in there. He was my first instance. The character was my first instance of learning about Moco Locos, and I had to go look it up to see whether or not the in-game description, you know, was the truth. It was. Hamburger covered, like a hamburger steak covered in gravy, slathered over rice. That does sound good. Now that I'm thinking about it, hamburger steak is usually pretty good. And for the most part, it doesn't smell bad or anything. Mr. Jason says you've now finished up typing a temporary document on your computer to record all the ingredients you need to cook for the last 39 recipes. Tell me about it. Okay, we're ready for the surface map. And did we... Yeah, we actually even already got the Tear of the Dragon and everything. Okay. Good, good. So we can kind of like... maybe move back to the tower and kind of just go from there. How do I want to do things that way, though? Maybe. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that, and we're gonna pick the starting point here at this square building, and then I'll mark up the rest of the Koroks from there. We've got a long way to go, so we can talk. We could continue talking about food. I love food. I'm a huge foodie. Food is a nice journey. That's the way I view food anyway. It's a culinary journey, and it's one worth having. It's a universal thing all humans can share. Even if we all like different food, we at least can still talk about it, write about it, make songs about it, and market it, most importantly. It's something that everybody, we're mortal. We live, we have to eat. It's just it's one of those things that humans can share with each other. Aylin says it's the state dish of Hawaii. Nice. I take it, you know, I'm sorry, I'm definitely not firing on all cylinders, apparently. I know Moco Loco can be cooked at home, right? But I assume there are also some, like, restaurants that serve up a good Moco Loco. Would that be accurate? I'm sure there are restaurants elsewhere, but I'm mainly curious about Hawaii. I do have a relative that's stationed out there sometimes. He and his wife and his daughter, I want to say? No, son. Don't remember all that well. Not really a part of the family I interface with all that often, but yeah, he's stationed out at one of the forts in Hawaii, and he usually keeps to himself. Mr. Jason says, all I know is that I need 79 flour, and you have 0 flour. And I'm going to take it that flour takes a lot to make. Like, you can't buy flour. You gotta, you know, buy other stuff. Yes, game, I know. You're telling me about shrines. I hear you. I see what you're saying. But I promise you, I got a game plan. Just let me execute it. And I promise you will be pleased as punch. And you won't need to ding me about shrines in the meantime. I had forgotten what this felt like. Spending a month playing, you know, 2 really other good games And this is not, you know, knocking on Tears of the Kingdom or anything. It's just, it was nice to play different stuff. For those that maybe don't know, I'm working on 2, you know, content series right now. I talked about one, which was the Elden Ring Reforged routing, you know, premiere series. And that's mostly just for posterity. You know, if people watch them, great. If not, you know, okay, no big deal. The routing series is mostly just for, oh, people want to know how I do this and that on my run. This is what I do to do those things. Like, people don't have to watch it. On the other hand, the other series that I am working on, which is a reboot of the 50 subscriber special, is a lovely little game called Outward. And the Switch has the definitive edition port, which combines all of the DLCs for Outward into one game. If you guys like survival horror games with RPG elements thrown in, I say it's not really so much a horror game, but it does have some scary stuff. If you like, I believe the game is marketed as a life sim type game. You have to learn skills through trainers. You have to watch food, water, sleep, diseases, temperature, and so on. You do have to watch all of those different things. I should be careful and mark this with bright bloom seeds before I get, you know, carried away. But yeah, Outward is a game near and dear to my heart. It's clunky. It's like if you mixed Skyrim with the Risen series by Piranha Bytes games. Also responsible for, you know, Elix and, you know, the Gothic Arcania series. Both of those franchises. What is the deal with this? Is there like there's gotta be like a cave or something nearby. That's gotta be what's going on. Or there's like another way to get to this. Maybe the lake underneath? Maybe there's like maybe it dumps into like a small cave? God, that is harsh on the eyeballs. I should not have used 2 bright bloom seeds for this. Oh well. Oh yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay, yep, I cracked the code. Really? Get out of here, Giga Clan. Man. What was I saying? Right. And Outward also has, like, day and night cycles. Quests can be time sensitive. Their endings. Oh, it's like a whole journey. It's really, truly like a whole journey. It's why I want to, you know, show the game to you guys. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good. Unbearable code. We need to, like... Unbearable code. Oh, that would be, like, looking into, like, Alice or Q. Really? Skedaddle. Get out of here. No one asked for you guys to, like, follow me. Shoo. Where were we? Mr. Jason says, to make flour, you need to gather 5 wheat per 10 bag. Ironically, I have 59 whole wheat flour because, of course, I have a lot of the wrong type of flour. Yeah, that's classic That's classic crafting for you. You have 150 wheat, but like... Okay, so the river is flowing this way. You probably don't need to make a platform for this particular one. Ah, I see. Okay, this is how we're gonna get through this. All right. Maybe a pizza. That'll probably do fine for the time being. But what was I saying? Right, Outward's a cool game. I generally like it. I think there's a lot that Outward has to offer, and I'm looking forward to showing that to you guys. Of course, it's also my attempt at actually doing something meaningful for folks on Patreon or Coffee, so it is like a semi-exclusive series. It'll be available to them first, and then it'll be available to everyone else, you know, after a few days. But if you guys like visits into serious subjects, like the concept of what they call a blood debt, i.e., if you commit a crime, right? If you commit a crime, it isn't just you who has to pay the penalty for that crime. The rest of your family does. It's like the whole premise of the game is you're this adventurer that has to pay off a price, and you all of a sudden are thrust into an adventure, and you have to like make sense of the world and figure your own way out. It's the premise for the game is really cool, even if the game is like clunky and it's not really for everyone. There's a lot to like about Outward, and I hope to demonstrate that, you know, as time passes, assuming it doesn't completely go in the shitter, quote unquote. We're gonna drop this, and then I'm going to drop this other bow. Sorry for the cussing, but you know, I am being genuine there. It's hard not to look at the world and absolutely weep for it. Hey, we got all that. Mr. Jason says, I'm just glad I hoarded a lot of things. I mean, yeah, you do that with, you know, with craft minigames, right? Or any time that crafting gets involved, you know, any which way, you want to hoard stuff like that. Because you never know when it could come in handy. Final Fantasy XIV, when I used to play it for a short time, and then the subscription became a bit too hot for the likes of your pal Coin to handle. You never knew when you needed a crafting ingredient. And classic World of Warcraft was like this as well, where you didn't really want to sell things like, you know, clear spring water or linen cloth, because some like recipes later down the line in engineering, if you were an engineer and that's what you specialized in with World of Warcraft, you ended up needing those like early ingredients later, and you would really be kicking yourself and have to go out and farm boring enemies to make ends meet. It was really quite something else. I'm just gonna go ahead and mark a couple of these. Okay, that's the tent, so let's find the actual real one. Thankfully, it's not too far. Okay, and the rest are all... I don't know, there's at least one that's going to be in a different location. How do we want to do this? Maybe, you know, sweep left to right? There actually aren't all that many Korok seeds in Pikida now that I'm looking at it. There's like maybe 30 of them, I'd say, and then, you know, not too many more past that. discounting the ones that are like pairs. Like you get 2 of them for the price of 1. Let's see, we have 1. There's one like 1 here. Looks like it's a bit closer to that side. 1 there. 1 maybe here. Another one maybe out this way. And then yeah, it's in that ruined area over here. All right. Got it. Mr. Jason says but it's still a yikes though. You must use 80 out of the 150 wheat. Yeah, that's a lot. You would be left with 70 wheat, but you would be done. Thankfully, you only need 22 sugar. I'm going to hope that sugar is something you can just buy. Or you know what? No, wait. My sibling gave me a tour of New Horizons like this sometime this year, and I think there's sugar cane that you can collect to make sugar. Is that correct? I'm probably misremembering things. I see the acorn over there. Sugar cane is necessary. Thought so. I do remember things. Hooray! Okay, that one's all done. Who missed the Korok hunting? Did anyone miss the Korok hunting? I mean, I know I'm being a bit dramatic, but I don't know. It's nice to be doing things again in this game. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure I necessarily missed hunting down Koroks. I'm glad that we have the I'm glad that we have the object map for this. Mr. Jason says I have 160 sugarcane though, but you already have 76 sugar. Nice, nice. Is sugar used for a lot of stuff, or is it mainly just like, here's a subset of like, I don't know, say baked goods or sweets or something, or like, yeah, brown sugar as well. And then outside of like the sugar and the brown sugar being used for like sweets or baked goods, it's not used all that much. Usually it's more like salt, flour, and so on. Just out of curiosity. I doubt I would ever play, New Horizons, regardless of which port it is. That's not really the type of channel or type of content that goes on the channel. That doesn't mean I wouldn't play it if asked, or if people voted on it, or really like strongly pushed the recommendation or something. Just that sort of thing is not really my cup of tea. I'm usually more about action titles or RPGs of various stripes. Like my channel has an identity, even if the identity for RPGs is kind of wide and seems to be a bit nebulous at times. That is an identity. It's just one that people usually don't despite people saying they love RPGs, they don't, or in action adventure games like this, they usually don't want to sit through and watch it for whatever reason. Sometimes it's the people making the content. Sometimes it's just the nature of the game itself. Breath of Fire, I think, is like a good example of this. We have that. I need to make sure I'm marking Koroks. Or like Final Fantasy titles are like another good example, like old Final Fantasy games, where there's like tons of grinding. Yeah, people generally don't want to sit through that. And I can't really blame them. Although if, you know, conversation is entertaining, I'll stick around for that. Anything to make the grind go down easier. But different strokes for different folks, as they say. Hey there, Lucas Soccer. Good to see you again. Haven't seen you in a while. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Am I feeling better? Yep, I'm feeling better. My sleep schedule seems to have... I've corrected it. I don't seem to be suffering under the viral conjunctivitis anymore. I still have other issues. But those issues were already kind of long-standing. The psoriasis around my right eye is just kind of something you have to deal with. Because that's genetic. There's nothing to do but just apply ointment to keep the skin from peeling and cracking too much. That's really about it. That's all you can do. But in short, yeah, I'm feeling better. Hopefully, how are you feeling? Are you feeling better? Feeling okay? How are things in your slice of terra firma? Not too terribly much has changed since the last time you were here. Overlays are the same and everything. We got finished with the Akala region yesterday, or today, excuse me, and we've moved on to the Pikida region over here, and boy oh boy is it nice to be doing something new, to be in a new place, even if it's an extension of what we've already seen before, you know? But a month is a long time to go without seeing people. Some people thought I was dead. Can't blame them. Let's see. Yeah, okay, there's one over here. Let's see, can we foist this up onto the thing? I bet we can. Good. But thank you for asking, Lucas. I appreciate that. I am, in fact, feeling better. Mr. Jason says, I have over 5,000 clumps of weeds, though. Oh, really? Gotta train myself not to do that. I have there's a spot around my right eye that I really want to get at, and I need to not do that. If you did the math right, my sibling can't stand the weeds. Like, they whenever they do play, they like, that's one of the first things they do is just pluck, pluck, pluck. I mean, and they'll like bag the weeds for later or whatever. Like, in typical stuff you would do for New Horizons and everything. I'm like somewhere in the middle. I'll pluck weeds if it's important. Or if I need the weeds for something, I'll definitely go and pluck them. But otherwise, you know, I don't want to spend all day doing that. Really? Oh, I can hear it. I'm willing to guess it's up here? Yeah, I thought so. All right. Locking in. 2, 3. I just have to remind myself that we are only barely halfway to dealing with all these Koroks, man. I still can't believe there are 1,000 of these. Like, come on. I sure hope whatever game comes after, like, whatever successor comes after the duology of Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, that we get improvements on the designs of the game. And I hope one of those improvements is oh, is that a Rito? I think that's a Rito. Okay, let's see if we can't turn this around. I hope they take the too many Koroks complaint to heart. My goodness. Mr. Jason says, ooh, I might not need as many wheat. I just used 5 wheat and made 10 flour. Nice. The Legend of Zelda, Revenge of the Koroks, all 1900, one game. That's gonna be a throne controller, buddy. That's gonna be me. I better be careful, because I was about to yoink the dock off the desk. I was about to be a real unhappy camper, and so were all of you guys. You know, that would be me.
Oh.
You there? Are you here because you noticed my signal fire? I am, but that's what I would do if I were confronted with 1900 of them. I would just go, nope. Throw the controller, drop mic, have fun. Let me know how that goes. And please send me whatever music playlist you are using in order to deal with all the monotony of getting the 1900 Koroks. Make sure YouTube hasn't... okay, nothing on YouTube. Very well. Mr. Jason says, I have 80 flour, and you still have 40 wheat. Nice. Nice. Oh, it's you. Hello, Huck. I haven't seen you in a fair bit. It's about time someone did. See, I got spotted by some monsters. They want to snatch the supplies I collected from Snowfield Stable. Those pests, normally I'd have dealt with them, no problem. But against a swarm, there wasn't much I could do but set a signal fire and wait for the help to arrive. Sadly, unless you have a pair of wings I'm not seeing, I doubt you can reach the monsters up there. I'll just have to hang tight and wait for my friends to notice I'm gone. Supply eyeing flyers. Huck was transporting supplies from Snowfield Stable to Rito Village when he was beset by monsters. Now the monsters are circling above him, greedily eyeing the supplies. Interesting. Welcome back, Aelin. Good to see you again. Well, you know what? Aelin will be getting there. That guy's a bird, and he has a spear. Yup. The Rito, in fact, have Rito weapons. Who would have thought? But we're about to ram some bitches, as the statement goes. All we need is a couple of rockets and some elbow grease and some ingenuity. Where is this? Right here. We're gonna drop maybe what, 2-3 rockets, let's say. Why would he need me to do it? I don't know, but we're gonna be nice and do it for him. Okay, let's see. So, since explosions count, there's number 1. Is that the only one? No, there's another one. And there we go. Amazing. What the? You don't even have wings. How did you fight the monster so high up? With technology. Better living through chemistry, everybody. That's a reference, by the way. Mr. Jason says, oh, yeah, right. Yay, boom booms. Everyone is welcome for the boom booms. I know. Collecting Koroks can be a boring, feckless, thankless task. And doing anything for just the clamor of steel and the itching of excitement. And bomb explosions do, in fact, provide that. Who cares? What matters is you did it. Great work. You're welcome. Now I can get these supplies from Snowfield Stable back to my village. You totally could have just flown, went up, go stab on all of these, nasty monsters. And then you totally could have come and continued toting the supplies. Please, let me give you something for your efforts. It's less than you deserve, but it's also all I have. You're welcome, Hot. You're very welcome. Now, I better deliver these supplies before more monsters show up. Take care. Oh my god, I know, Mr. Coin. You know what, Mr. Jason? You know, the Hut could have done that, but he was aware that the amazing Aelin was in the chat, and so he wanted you to ram the bitches. You know what? Huck is a man of culture. He, in fact, would understand that the bitches need to be rammed, and so he would, in fact, wait, and specifically not flex his muscles. Did you guys, that guy had biceps. He specifically knew we needed the content. And the ratings. Explosion helps with ratings. More than anything. Am I, like, missing something here? I might be. Let's see. Over there? Really, game? Really? Alright. Let's provide some shelter, I guess. Nope, wrong splat. It's like, let's see. I think we only need one of these, maybe? I guess we're about to find out. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Aelin says, I watched the Dolphins game last night. Awesome. Did you enjoy the game? Or was it like, you know, the team that I was watching lost or won or whatever? Jason says, I absolutely think the world of Aelin. I know this channel was 18 plus from the beginning, but I was still too polite to even curse. But Aelin, absolutely zero filter. Love it. Look, the world takes all sorts, Mr. Jason. The world takes all sorts. And yes, it should go without saying, but I'm gonna say it anyway, just in case. This is, if you are on Twitch and you are below 18, but you are above 13, you should have your parents with you. You should not be watching Twitch unsupervised. You don't know what you could be bumping into. There could be, you know, topless ladies on the front of the Twitch page that your parents would be very upset if they saw. You know, that sort of thing. You know, the very sorts of things Twitch gets sued for. Yeah, your parents would probably not appreciate if you saw that stuff. Just saying. But 13 is the legal age, so who am I to complain? Aelin says we got decimated, but not as much as I was thinking we would. Who did you root for, if and you don't mind my asking? Don't worry, I'm not a football fan or anything. So I'm not here to, like, lampoon you over your choice in team or anything. Mr. Jason says, I think that I didn't curse due to your background. Oh, I mean, you don't really, the thing is you don't really need to cuss for, you're not making fine conversation with curse words. You either say them or you don't. I'm kind of the mindset that, you know, cussing doesn't... You cuss because you want to. You don't cuss because you think it's cool or it makes you more of an adult than you really are or whatever. People that cuss for those reasons, or especially, to spite their parents or whatever, they're not choosing curse words for the right reasons. And that will come to bite them in the butt eventually. Just a matter of time. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Well, you know what time that is, ladies, gents, and non-binary people? It is time for the commercial break, or it is the 5-minute warning for said break. We don't have any shilling we've got to do, so you know what that means? We can enjoy some sweet, sweet gaming for the whole time, and it'll be nothing but a blip on the radar. I try to get all that shilling stuff done during the initial 2 hours so that we don't have to, waste a lot of time later on, doing that. Nobody likes shills. Nobody likes shilling. It kind of wears its welcome out fast. Let's finish reading the chat here. Let's see. Jason says, I still won't unless you're quoting Aelin, of course. Fair. Well, look, really the only thing, and this is just like a personal thing of mine, I try to, not get super riled up about it. Because at the end of the day, the only person I can control is me. But if there's any set of curse words that get under my skin, it's saying the Lord's name in vain. I've never liked that. But I realize that not everyone is religious, so there really isn't much to be done about that. You just, people have freedom of speech for a reason. People are allowed to say things. I just have to deal with it. But if there are people that are aware of the fact that, saying his name in vain does make me uncomfortable, and they choose to take that into account when speaking or talking in front of me, I'm always appreciative of that. Okay, where's the real friend here? Like right over here somewhere. Okay. Cool. We have one right at... There's like a pincer structure somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, it's like right here. Right around here. Okay. Aelin says the Dolphins. So you were rooting for the Dolphins. Okay, cool. You were born an hour north of Miami. I think you may have mentioned that one other time before, now that I'm thinking on it. That's cool. I'm really not a football person. I mean, I have teams I root for, but that's not the same as, watching football for football's sake. That's my dad's cup of tea. He watches. He's like deeply invested in football. That's like his thing, and he enjoys it. Wouldn't want to take that away from him for anything. Let me make sure I've done my due diligence. That warning was for a 3-minute commercial break. We do take those around here at the top of every hour. There will be a timer in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Once it ticks down to 0, we'll be back from the commercial break, and we can pick up right where we left off. It'll be over before you know it. So I highly recommend you get up, stretch, grab a snack, do whatever you want, really, and come back after the 3 minutes. I structure things this way so that we don't have... nobody here experiences FOMO. I think that's an awful way to structure a platform, really and truly. So I structure things this way so that I get my cut of the ads and people don't lose out a whole bunch. Mr. Jason says, if you present an argument and cuss, you have, even if you disagree, already technically lost the argument. Yeah, because cussing has no substance. It's freedom of expression, but it's not substantive. Aylin says we were against the Bills and sucked since the 70s. I feel you. I'm the same way with the Carolina Panthers. That's the team I root for, and oh boy, they suck. We'll pick back up after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I got caught up in some logistical discussions with the other people I live with. I really should have plugged this into the dock so that you guys weren't looking at this screen the whole time. That's a mistake on my part. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Let's peruse the messages real quick. Make sure we haven't missed anyone. Nothing on the YouTube side that I can see. Okay, let's we just have the ones on Twitch. And I'll pick back up with the Bills in just a minute. Mr. Jason says, not a football person, but England has sucked a long time. Alan says, England plays American football. No, England plays soccer. I suppose England would call it football. And then Mr. Jason says, American football is more akin to rugby. I like to refer to it as the pigskin pass. I mean, I think that's just the easiest distinction. Soccer, you with football, quote unquote, you use your feet. I think it makes sense. And there's no tackling. And you do sometimes kick the American football. But I don't also want to call it handball. You're not only using your hands with a football. It's more with American football. It's more about the movement of the body once you have the ball than anything else. Like it's a real. I'm not saying that other forms of football are not athletic. It's just that American athletes that are football athletes, they have to do strength training. They have to do athletic training. They have to be relatively decent at track and field. And your body has got to be able to take some punishment. Not as much as a rugby player, but still a sufficient amount of punishment. You never know when you might twist something or someone tackles you really hard. And since, the ball that's being passed around is, made from, real pigskin, I prefer to call it the pigskin pass. I think it just makes a lot of sense, cuts out the confusion, and we don't need to preface which kind of football it is. We have rugby, football, and you got the pigskin pass. What more could you ask for? I'm being sarcastic, for the record. If the world is functioning by saying American football versus Australian football, versus English or normal football, fine. Whatever works for the world. Anything to not cause infighting or elitism among groups of people. I'm all for it. Alan says Australian football is closer to rugby than American football. I wasn't aware Australians had a form of football. That's news to me. I'm going to have to look at that later because I'm curious. Let's see. 1, 2. Okay, we have 1 pin left. Yeah, we have 1 pin, and I think I'm going to put that pin over here. All right. So with any luck, we can make significant progress with these Korok seeds during the last hour. I really do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me so far. I really do appreciate it. I know that I would say this upcoming week is going to look rocky. It's going to look like I've resurfaced just to be dead again. But I promise you that's not the case. I just got, other than this client job coming up tomorrow, I have one for, I have one on the 24th up through the 28th That's going to take out a lot of time for that I would have spent on streaming. So it's going to look like I've died, but I promise I haven't. You just got to make money. Money's important. Money is like super important. Gotta have it. Wish people paid more for house sitting, but that would require the economy to not be in complete tatters. You know, thanks to a 6-letter T word that I will not be, you know, iterating on any further. That's going to be this one right here. Let's see. I think I did used to watch rugby growing up, back when my mother's mother was alive. She was an avid rugby fan. My mother's side of my family, we are immigrants from Scotland. Like, my great-grandmother moved from Scotland during the potato famine to the States, and they became naturalized citizens. And so, you know, my grandmother and her daughter, and then me, you know, we're also naturalized by being brought here to the States. And even though we were in the States, my mother's mother would love to bring up the television, and either during car rides, if the radio stations would ever talk about it, or, you know, we happened to get some footage of rugby games, she would watch that. I would sometimes sit in the bedroom with her and watch the game as well. It's one of the most vivid things I remember of my grandmother. Bless her soul. Alan says communism in theory is honestly a great idea. Keyword in theory. I suppose. I mean, the idea is just, you know, again, it's the whole strong the government. It actually honestly does its job, right? You know, it actually puts down the safety nets and makes sure that people can't run away with market manipulation or other things. It's this idea that, you know, if we all care about each other's needs and we form a system that is based on that level of care, you know, it ideally should be perfect. But it requires a lot of centralization of power to do that. And some people can't be trusted with that much power. And so something that would have been great in theory can be awful in practice, not because the system itself is necessarily bad, but because humans muck it up. Like, we make it bad because we can't control our impulses long enough for the system to actually do the job we want it to do. That said, I also don't necessarily believe that raw, unfettered capitalism is a great idea either. Nor do I think socialism, which is just communism light, really, you know, with some added social safety nets thrown in, I really don't think that is the best fit for anyone. None of the pure economic models are best for anyone. We are best, I should say countries are at their best when they use a mixed model approach. They just take the best aspects of all of them. There are great things about market economics that do actually work. Yeah, like supply and demand, and, you know, allowing people to put their money towards services they actually wish to use. But there's also something to be said for people not hoarding wealth and, you know, everyone can only have but so much of the pie. Right. It goes back to the whole hoarding thing. People shouldn't be hoarding wealth, which is the disparity. The wealth disparity is in large part the haves and the have-nots are what cause a lot of societal woes over time, both culturally, because they have and they flaunt, versus the ones that can't and couldn't flaunt if they wanted to. It foments class warfare, right? And class warfare is bad. So if class warfare is bad, then we should not empower it, right? But because it's complicated and you don't want to impede people's freedom, you know, how heavy-handed are you with you're not allowed to hoard? Like, at what point does it become people saying, oh, you can't do that and we're going to punish you if you try it? I think we're going to be in a world of hurt. Yep, already. I shouldn't have even descended. My goodness. All right, guys. You know what time it is. Gleeoks are serious business. So it's time to lock in, strap in, get focused. I'll see you guys on the other side of this frost Gleeok. might be okay to use this one for now. Thank you for the GGs, everybody. They're not too hard once you lock in, but I don't want to, like... I have a bad habit of looking at chat and, you know, fluffing things up pretty badly. So you kind of have to pick. You either focus on the game or you focus on chat during moments like that. Let me go back and read chat here. Ram 'em. Yep, I made sure to use bombs during that. They were sufficiently rammed. I would, if I did run past the Gliok, I would be on the other side even faster, but that's not how we roll around here. Let's see. I want to know what sports Florida teams are surprisingly good at. Hockey, which doesn't make any sense considering you don't have natural ice rinks. That's fair, but, I mean, there's always the training, right? You never want to discount someone's training regimen just because they live in a climate not suited for a sport. Maybe the people there are just waiting to make their big debut in a actually real cold state. And in the meantime, they must exercise their athleticism where they can in Florida. Mr. Jason says, I made 10 meals since you fought the Gliok. Nice. Nice. How many weapons did we break in that kerfuffle? It looks like 2, and I lost a third. I lost a blade on a third one. Okay. We can probably do this. Well, let's see, where is this? Right here. It's too bad that the rods are not really super useful in boss fights like that. Aelin says, well, we do have a Swede and a Russian. I assume you're referring to the actual, like, hockey team, right? Like the makeup of the athletic team, right? That's what you're referring to there? And in which case, you know, that would make sense. Gotcha. Then, yeah, definitely. I mean, not every Swede or Russian person has experience with ice or like, how to handle footing on ice or anything, but a good majority of them do. The Florida Panthers. Ah, yes. Thank you for saying that, Aelin. Oh, wait. No, I'm thinking of a different Panther. Never mind. The Florida Panthers are the hockey team, I presume. I am thinking of the Carolina Panthers. God, that team is just... I hate being a South Carolina Panthers fan. I'm just very skeptical of the overall team. Where on earth is this? Got that one, which I should already have marked off anyway. But oh, what's the yes for? Did you finally found the flea? Congratulations. Nice.
Now, don't get excited.
Yeah, you may have found the flea, but did you get all the recipes? I'm kidding. Congratulations. I know that's like a hard insect to go after there. Very hype. I remember my sibling was giving me a tour of their island, and they showed off. They were working on insects when they gave me the tour. I don't think I remember any comments on fleas, though. Okay. This has got to be like a flower trail or just something else. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's not here. It's up there. There should be a landing pad or a target pad up here. I see you over there, Keith. I don't think I want anything to do with you. But if I'll probably wax a poetic about the Carolina Panthers for a minute. The team play is just bad. I mean, they have good games, and I don't want to say things that are too disparaging, but whether it be the coaching staff or what on earth? I went entirely too far. Oh no, yeah, I see it over there now. Whether it be the coaching staff, the quarterback having too much of an ego or whatever, or like team injuries, I'm always a skeptic when it comes to my own team, and that kind of sucks. I hate being that person, but I hate being so sour. But that's life. You see, Mr. Coin, I was a dirty cheater, and you went to a treasure island because of the flea, as I was getting annoyed at how rare it was. And so now I have replaced the cheated flea with a genuine flea. Now I just need a genuine fly, and then I've completed Animal Crossing New Horizons 100% genuinely. Oh, and that's probably a super surreal feeling as well, no doubt. That's awesome. And then, you know, you can move on to whatever else you intend to do afterwards. Because eking out the natural 100% on tiny things like that is definitely an experience of all time. Alan says their dad made a website with their buddies called the dolphinsmakemecry.com. Oh, is it for the same reasons? You know, the Dolphins can't seem to ever catch a good break, whether that be, you know, in the form of bad coaching decisions, you know, players not performing up to snuff, or, you know, something else altogether. It just seems like they can't really ever win a string of games. It could also be something different, but when I hear a sentiment like the Dolphins make me cry, that's usually what I think of is I think of teams being incompetent or not being able to string together wins for any particular reason. Alan says they have a page called the Ring of Dishonor. Ooh, that sounds juicy. Is that like the, you know, the worst of the worst photos, like things that are grossly incompetent, or, you know, even outright scandals? I don't know who the current quarterback for the Carolina Panthers is. I certainly hope it's not Cam Newton. I mean, Cam Newton's a nice enough guy, but the dude has a sincere ego that he needs to check, like, really bad. But there are some people that really do be ego tripping, with, you know, the love of the game can also translate to love of attention or love of money, and I think that's not necessarily a I think that leaves a lot to be desired in sports teams. Like, you play in sports for the love of the game, not the love of other stuff. Then you should just do the other stuff. Alan says, it's because in the stadium they have a ring of honor for all the best players. Ah, so it is the worst of the worst. Cool. That sounds juicy. Like, I'm sure that's like absolutely clippable. Is this gonna be a 5-1? Can I do it? No! Dang it! Dang it, Bobby! Why did you have to set the collision on these I'm not moving. I'm gonna wait for these to go back to the center. I wanted to pierce the targets. Let me pierce the targets. I don't care what kind of farming I have to do. Put an enchantment or a property on a bow for piercing, and I'm sold. That's like a bread-winning enchantment combo. Just Tears of the Kingdom things. That makes me think of like, what is it? Like the worst of the worst. Notable quotables, like Brett Baer's notable quotables, like a series all about nice. Get off my hover bike. Get lost. Oh, I should not have used a flaming arrow there. It's fine. Look, no matter what you think, at least the gags on, you know, at least some of the naming gags for various news companies can be, or like media companies can be funny. I don't watch any of that stuff because I don't want to be indoctrinated by propaganda, but I can at least sit and admire the artistry of coming up with the names and sourcing the photo work, among other things. There's a Magic the Gathering content creator that I watch. His name is Popperganda. He is known for making content on, well, the Pauper format in Magic the Gathering. Pauper is a designation for cards of a specific rarity only. In the case of Pauper, you're not allowed to, you're only allowed, like, common cards. Like, things with a black rarity symbol on them. Which can make for some pretty interesting games, because you'd think, oh, well, common cards are bad or whatever. No, not necessarily. Because it's an eternal, non-rotating format. More common cards simply get added to the format, which is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So, the reason I even bring all this up in the first place, to not go into a Magic the Gathering rabbit hole, which I can totally do, by the way, is to say, please don't tell me that there's a Korok seed in the teardrop. Please don't let that be the case. We're just gonna take you out right now before things get to be a problem. That's right. You should ski-daddle. Get out of here. No one asked. Like I was saying, Propaganda makes like their own their gimmick is that they have like actual commercials and like memes based on commercials, because the actual dude who runs the channel does media work for, you know, Fox, not Fox News Media, but like Fox Entertainment. Like that's his whole job, is he works on animations and stuff for them, or coming up with commercial gag reels for them. And the man has a very sharp wit. Very funny stuff. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin. Oh, hold up a second. Aylin says, I think I'm going to be going now. Bye. Have a good day. Thank you so much for stopping by, Aylin. My lovely senator and inductee, do take care of yourself. Do stay safe. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. And with that, rest well and be well. And I'll see you next time. Moving back over to Mr. Jason's comment. By the way, Mr. Coin, I am so glad that I thought we were going to get models added for all the sea creatures in ACNH. As then you caught 5 of each one, and now that you've done that, you had spare for recipes. And then you go on to say, there are 80 bugs and fish in ACNH. That means the most people caught, that most people caught 160 in total, but you're not most people. Of course not. Of course not. You went and caught more, didn't you? You caught 5 of each bug and fish, so you have 800 of them. Bully for you. Nah, I'm joshing. That's cool. I take it Animal Crossing New Horizons is like a comfort game for you. You like, you talked about not touching it for a while once you actually fully complete it and everything. But I imagine it's the sort of game you whip out on a, like a rainy car ride or on a tram or something and play for a while. Is that what ACNH is for you? Just curious. Because that's how my sibling describes it, is like it's a cozy comfort game. And whenever they're feeling like not like they don't have enough spoons for anything, they'll just they'll crack open that game and go to town. We're going to, wow, there really are not a whole bunch of these. Okay, next one is over here in what appears to be a fortress. I assume a monster stronghold, like around here. Let's see, then we have this one right. No, I didn't mean to do that. Right around here. And then the next one is like around here. Just keep going, and we'll eventually find all of them. Let's see. I suppose we could take a trip into the canal area. Goodness, I'm sort of like, is that like just southeast? Yeah, it's very much southeast. Okay, it's like over here. And then we have this one up here above like the actual Forgotten Temple. It's back here maybe. And then there's one past that, right? Yeah, there were a couple that I debated getting, but I chose to wait until... Oh, hello. Yeah, there it is right there. So here's this right over here, right? Yeah, it's within this structure. Okay, let me catch back up. Mr. Jason says, yeah, in response to the, it's like the cozy game that you can like crack open, like especially if you're low on energy or whatever. Yeah, I think that's awesome. For me, that game is probably Stardew Valley. I mean, it's involved, but if I'm like, oh, I just want to go through like a consistent gameplay loop of wake up, tend the crops, talk to people, give gifts, go mining or go fishing, and then rinse, repeat. That's that game for me, because it's a life sim on top of everything else. So you can form relationships. You can there are 10 bachelors in the base game that you can play. That you can date any one of them you want, no matter what your gender is in return. It's a really, really nice game. Really nice game. Mr. Shiny says, the most cozy game you've played is Pokemon, and you have returned. Welcome back, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you again. Yeah, I could see Pokemon being a cozy game. These days, the most Pokemon I maybe play is like like fan titles, like fan games and such. And for me, that like, there's only one Pokemon game I'm interested in like the fan game department, and that is Pokemon Soul Stones, specifically Soul Stones number 2. Because it has like new types and everything, like fan types. So I'm always looking forward to sculpting the perfect team for trainer battles and such. All food recipes cooked. Nice job, Mr. Jason. Of course, Pokemon games are not really for... I like, they're games that anyone can get into, right? Because it's a turn-based battler. But the prompt is almost always the same. You know, you're a young kid, or in the case of the fan games, right? Like, a really common trope is that you're like an amnesiac who's kind of lost a lot of their memory, and, you know, you just happen to have the sprite model of a 10-year-old or a 14-year-old, and you need to figure your way out of the world. And in particular, I think a lot more people would enjoy Pokemon if, you know, it stopped putting the kid gloves on. Like, literally, the kid gloves. I think a lot more people would actually enjoy some mature themes in Pokemon. And I don't think people are going to say, well, isn't that just Pal World? Isn't that Pokemon for adults? No, because it's like there are real-time battles in Pokemon. No. If you guys want a Pokemon for adults, oh boy, have I got the deal for you. How many people here are familiar with the Persona or Shin Megami Tensei franchises? Let's see. Oh, it's like level 1 cold, so we can just eat cold food and we should be okay. Mr. Shiny says, Persona 5, my beloved. Okay, so you're familiar with at least the Persona part of the franchise. I'm more of an SMT person myself. Nice. I'm more of an SMT person myself. Oh, they can apparently spot me. Are they just sitting? I love this, like, dude's face. Hold on. Let's see if I can't hide so we can show it off again. He's doing, like, Jabba the Hutt over there. Draw me like one of your Gerudo women, I guess. Mad props to him. Yeah, Persona 5 and Shin Megami Tensei, and I would probably say all of them, but if there's any that capture the energy of Pokemon, but for adults the best, I would probably say either SMT4 or SMT5 does that for a lot of people. No! Alright. I did not mean to get them all triggered and riled up. Stop. Get help. I'm like a huge SMT junkie. I really like SMT5 and SMT4 a lot. Unfortunately, the ones that I can sort of demo are like SMT3 or SMT5. Those are like pretty easy ones, but they are considered not only, you know, Pokemon, occult Pokemon, but for adults with the turn battling aspect. But there's also the fact that like SMT is hard. Like the room for error is way smaller than what Pokemon games have, for example. So they're actually less accessible for that reason. Let me go back and repeat, or let me go back and read chat here. Mr. Shiny says, oh yeah, every one of those big monster fortresses have a skull-like structure on top. on that structure is a rock you can pick up. I figured I might share this information. Thanks. I missed that message. So sorry about that. Good to know that if I see a ruin or another monster fort, that I could just, you know, find the skull on the mini map or on the overworld map, and I can pinpoint it that way. That's nice that there's a pattern with that. Shiny says there are a lot of fan games that try to dwell on the whole trope of Pokemon with a darker theme, but many of them are written by, made by an edgy teen. I got like a fun, a little bit of a YouTube story about that. Give me a moment to wrap up here, and I'll like pull it up on the computer and everything, so I know what I'm talking about. Before I just rattle stuff off, because it's like a whole... I don't think so. Ow! You pelted me with a rock. Don't do that. I don't want to stare at your fat butt. Get up. Mr. Jason says, while this riveting gameplay is going on, all food recipes cooked, now just 133 DIY recipes left. Yikes. Indeed. I'm going to head off now, though, Mr. Coin. No problem, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate your company. Rest well, my lovely senator and inductee, and I hope to see you again sooner rather than later. Rest well, be well, and I'll see you next time. Okay, well, that's all done and dusted, I suppose. We're gonna grab our spiked ball hammer, and we're going to immediately replace that with a better horn. Let's make it this horn. Sure. This one seems fine. That way we have halfway decent weapons. Now let's see what they were guarding that would have been worthwhile. Hinox hammer. A stick cut from a tree trunk. It's been... oh, this is just the gnarled stick text, but with the part attack power stapled onto it. Okay. Oh, do I want to... I might glue all these together and just kind of drop them, see what happens. Alright, let's go digging for scrap. Oh. Let's see, maybe this. Nope, that's not gonna work. It has to be... nope. And I'm breaking blades that way. There we go. Better. Let me go back and catch up on comments here. I've played through Emerald, Kaizo, and other ROM hacks of that caliber. I assume SMT isn't something out of your skill range. I would say out of all of the ones for you to try, if I had to recommend one, I would definitely recommend SMT 5. Because it's like built in the same sort of engine and has the same sort of rules as Persona. Where, for example, you've got like... let's see, since you commented on Persona 5, I assume you're familiar with the Luster Candy skill or item. I don't know which one. Which form it is in Persona 5. I think it's an item that raises all your stats for 3 turns. SMT5 has like the same parlance where you can raise your buffs, and the buffs have like a... or you could raise your stats through buffs, and they last for a certain number of turns before you need to either refresh the buff or tick it back up through buff spells. You also have like Fizz Reflect, Magic Reflect. You've got all of the baseline damage types. You just don't have things like what is it, Nuclear or Psychic. I know Persona 5 has a lot more damage types on offer, and it all just translates to, you know, strengths and weaknesses. Like they're all just damage types at the end of the day, really, truly. Let's see. Where's our lovely friend, the hover bike? It's over here. Okay, good. Nice. I landed on spikes. But a lot of the parlance is the same between Persona 5 and SMT 5, so it'll be easier to pick up. The only thing I would say is the plot. So like Persona's plot is all about, you know, the power, friendship, and you know, this idea that people come together for some greater good, right? SMT's plot is more of a cosmological plot, if that makes sense. It's the broader definitions of what you know, following the word of God, like the God as it is depicted in Persona and SMT line games. It's a very specific reference point, actually, versus, you know, following the words and dictates of Lucifer instead. It like I said, it's a big cosmological thing, but it's pretty easy to pick up and play. And there are even some nice tender sub-themes in the plot in the meantime that you could enjoy. I highly recommend SMT 5. A close second would probably be the SMT 3 Nocturne Remaster. Because SMT 4, even though it has modern mechanics in it, other than like buff timers, the beginning difficulty curve is rather infamous, is what I will say. I want fireproof here. Let me see. Let me go back and read. My favorite type of build in any turn-based strategy is buffing the hell out of my characters and then strike for big damage. Well, you're gonna love SMT then. Well, I shouldn't say that, but you'll be right at home. Are you serious? Get out of here. Get out of here with that. I don't have time for you, Yiga clan member. In SMT, not buffing, if you don't learn how to buff, you know, your characters, you're gonna be punished for it. Not only that, but I guess in Persona, I believe, there's Dekaja and Dekunda, right? Like, you know, skills that clear enemy buffs and that clear your own stat debuffs. Same stuff exists in SMT. What do you need to watch? These guys really just do not like Zonai devices, it seems. Oh, well. I guess it could be worse. We're gonna grab this Korok seed and then we'll get to story time before we call it. I'm willing to bet. I thought so. Done and dusted. I think you would quite enjoy SMT. You just the biggest thing is definitely the plot. You have to be okay with the plot being a little bit nebulous at times. It's well developed, but you either like big overarching plots or you're going to prefer the, you know, cozy relationship sim that is Persona. Like that's either make or break with the SMT series. And the difficulty curve is a little bit steeper with SMT. Persona, I believe you get some leeway on normal difficulty. You don't get that with... You do get it a bit with SMT 5 up to a point, but then after that, you know, they take the kid gloves off. Okay, so while we sit here and stare at Link, you know, taking deep breaths, let me pull up the story about the Pokemon game, and the channel that I heard this from, because I'm dredging up ancient history with this one. Just gotta make sure I don't accidentally pull cords here. Let me see, what's this? Poke Tips. There we go. This is the correct one. Just typing something in real quick. Okay, I got it. All right, I pulled up the exact reference as well. So, oh goodness, are we, you guys are still picking up audio, right? I just want to make sure. If I need to, I can adjust it back over to the screen, because I only needed to know that the reference was correct. In fact, let me do that. Okay. Audio was good? Very well, thank you. So, there's a YouTube channel called Poke Tips. I believe he's referred to himself as Mike before. I think that's his name. Has curly hair, kind of light brown skin. Not white, but like light brown, like mixed parentage, just kind of like giving you a description of what he looks like more than anything. You know what, at least the internals of the game will have some ambience. There was an Etsy, like sometimes there are Pokemon bootlegs, and he's like well known for being like an exclusively Pokemon themed channel. Everything ranging from glitches to tips, tricks, and even playthroughs. There were some Pokemon bootlegs that he ran through at one point, and there was a copy of this Pokemon game called Pokemon Outlaw. I don't know if you know of it, but it's like this. It's like a game that you could get off of Etsy at points, and it was clearly meant to be like a ROM hack of sorts. And you mentioned dark, edgy themes with Pokemon titles. Let me see. Yeah, a lot of fan games that dwell in the whole trope of Pokemon with a darker theme, but they're written like they're made by like edgy teens and stuff. Oh my god, Pokemon Outlaw was the edgiest of like edgy ever, with a huge side of raunchy and inappropriate. Like it's hilarious. Poke Tips did a whole playthrough on it. He's not the only channel to have done it, of course. Oh, this is ancient history. I love talking about this. I'm salivating. I should maybe rewatch that playthrough again, just to have a few good giggles, because you know the internet is forever, as they say. And it's got a picture of, and you know it's bootleg. Not only do you know it's like a bootleg at like Etsy store, like ROM hack being sold, you know it's edgy when there's a picture of Misty and scanty clothes, like the Pokemon anime trainer Misty, but with like .exe eyes, with a black tank top, and showing more skin than her normal anime counterpart would ever show. Very scant clothes. Hilarious, absolutely hilarious. I may I might throw that as a recommendation on the Discord just to just so people can go and watch it later. I think it's hilarious. Very hilarious. It is adult and it is slightly raunchy though. So be warned. Don't you remember the video? Cool. See, I'm getting giddy just thinking about it. Hilarious stuff. There's another game, and this is kind of I'm gonna just briefly allude to it. In terms of like fan games, I would say the closest that comes to, closest a fan game comes to being on the level of Edge TM trademark that Pokemon Outlaw is a nice little fan game called Pokemon Reborn, which you can it has its own website and everything. You can just go Google easily pulls it up along with its successor Pokemon Rejuvenation, and I think there may or may not be a third fan game still in the works. It's the community is alive and well, but Pokemon Reborn, which was how I got introduced to Pokemon fan games, the plot became increasingly about emo, edgy teens going through a rough patch, and a whole bunch of mental health issues, like trauma from mental health issues. The sequel. Make of that what you will. Either the series will hit home because it expounds upon these gritty, dark themes in kind of an edgy way, or you're going to internally cringe and then go play Rejuvenation instead. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything in with chat messages. Mr. Shiny says, quite the opposite of your card game builds, where you favor control. Nice to meet a fellow control mage. I generally love controlling card games. People sometimes just need to know the word no more than anything. You don't get to pop off with your Charbelcher combo or whatever. Mr. Shiny then goes on to say later, not a huge fan of the Misty cover though. Fair. I can't think of anime Misty as anything but a child, especially her in early seasons. That's fair. Yes, I definitely think so. I was kind of aghast that was even permissible on Etsy. Like that whole deal with Pokemon Outlaw. But you know what? At the end of the day, like, you and I can sit here and be less than appreciative about the cover. It made people want to buy, and there definitely would not have been, you know, let's plays of it, of people just melting into pools of insanity without the saucy Misty cover. It's one of those, you win some, you lose some. Speaking of winning some and losing some, my favorite dinner is, you know, sitting in the crock pot ready for me to eat. So you know what I'm gonna go do? I'm gonna go cut and run and have a beautiful cracked chicken sandwich. You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out with me these past 2 days. I promise after the 28th/29th, depending on, you know, how that client job is gonna turn out, I don't know yet. It's always kind of touch and go on exactly when I get to come back. And I may or may not need to take a couple of extra days to kind of rewrite my sleep schedule. It usually gets pretty screwy when I have to do long client jobs like that, because I'm up when the dogs are up. That's pretty much what it is. I'm usually up when they're up. And if they're up at random intervals, I'm up at random intervals. But I promise after like that little bit more of a hiccup, our schedule should be relatively normalized. And again, I'll have that vlog ready for you guys for tomorrow. I want to make sure that you guys kind of know where my headspace was at during this past month. I wasn't dead. I was just struggling, kicking and screaming, but struggling, not dead. And I'll probably put like a call to action in there somewhere in that vlog. So keep an ear out. My name is CoinStamp. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. You guys know all the algorithmic things to do. Do them or don't. Your choice. Mr. Shiny says, see you. See you, good sir. Thank you guys for hanging out today. We'll be back on Monday. I do take the weekend off. We'll be back on Monday with more Tears of the Kingdom, and I'll try to have some orange stuff ground up in the meantime so that we're not struggle busing it for hover bikes or things. My senators and inductees, do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome amongst my hallowed halls anytime. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.